ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this special occasion, the alumni meet of Appasar Binnai College of Architecture. Today, we are here to celebrate not just the achievements of our esteemed alumni, but also the bond we share as a part of this wonderful institution. A warm welcome to our distinguished alumni who traveled from far and near, to our dedicated faculty and staff who continue to inspire generations, and to the students who are bright future of our college. Today, it's all about reconnecting with old friends, reliving cherished memories, and building bridges between the past, present, and future of ABCA. Let's embark on this journey together and create another set of unforgettable memories. We have a fantastic lineup for you today. Engaging speeches, insightful discussions, cultural performances, and of course, plenty of time to network and reconnect. So stay tuned because we have planned a lot to make your day special. As we architects say, buildings may crumble, but the foundations of friendships and knowledge we build here remain strong forever. Let's make this day a tribute to those enduring foundations. As we embark on this memorable occasion, it is now time to invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the dais with their presence. Their contribution, expertise, and leadership inspire all of us here, and their presence adds prestige to these events. To assist in escorting our dignitaries to the dais, I would like to request Architect Rajesh Sathe to escort Architect Manish Bankar. I would request Engineer Praveen Pise to escort Samir Birnale. I would request Walchand Saugle to escort Dr. Architect Arundhati Vategave. Architect Sarthak Patil to escort Architect Vinayak Rasal. Let us extend a warm and respectful round of applause as our distinguished guests take their seats on the dais, setting the stage for the event's proceedings. I would request Architect Sushant Sirsae to escort Sagar Birnale. To mark the beginning of this auspicious day, we will now light the ceremonial lamp, a timeless symbol of knowledge, enlightenment, and hope. This tradition reminds us that just a single lamp can light many others. Knowledge and wisdom grow when shared. I would like to invite our esteemed guests and dignitaries to join us for lamp lighting ceremony. Kindly come forward and grace the occasion by lighting the lamp. As we gather here today in celebration, let us also take a moment to remember those who were an integral part of this community but are no longer with us. Their contribution, guidance, and spirit have left an indelible mark on our college and the field of architecture. Today, we fondly remember our respected ex-principal, Architect Vijay Samrekar sir. We also honor the legacy of renowned architects Architect B.V. Doshi, Architect Shankar Kanade, Architect Ratan Tata, Architect Christopher Benninger, whose groundbreaking work continues to inspire generations of professionals. Furthermore, we remember the students of college who left us far too soon. Their enthusiasm and aspiration were a reflection of the bright future they held. Vaibhav Birze, Swindin Vinit, Vinod Katkar, Harshada Sheke, Sachin Shelar, Sharad Narde. Furthermore, we remember I now request everyone to stand and observe a moment of silence as we honor and pay our respects to the departed souls who were a part of our family. Let us remember them with love, gratitude, and the commitment to carry forward their dreams and ideals. Thank you. Although they may no longer be with us physically, their memories and contributions remain eternal. Now, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude and admiration for the esteemed individuals who have graced us with their presence. Today, we honor their remarkable contributions and commitment which have greatly inspired us. It is our privilege to felicitate Architect Manish Bankar sir, whose incredible journey and contribution in the field of architecture have been an inspiration to many. Their commitment to excellence truly embodies the spirit of our community. May I now invite Shri Samir Birnale sir to kindly present a token of appreciation to Architect Manish Bankar. I request Dr. Architect Arundhati Vategave to welcome Mr. Samir Birnale. I request Architect Vinayak Rasal to welcome Mr. Sagar Birnale. Architect Vinayak Rasal to welcome Dr. Arundhati Vategave. Dr. Arundhati Vategave to welcome Architect Vinayak Rasal. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today and for your invaluable contributions. Your presence truly enhances the significance of this occasion. Once again, we extend our heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed guests for honoring us with their presence and for inspiring us in this incredible journey. Let's have another round of applause for all the dignitaries. Every grand event begins with warm words of welcome, and today we are fortunate to have a leader whose dedication to the alumni community has been exceptional. Their guidance has strengthened the bond between college and its alumni, paving the way for continued collaboration and growth. It gives me immense pleasure to invite architect Vinayak Rasar, the esteemed president of our Alumni Association and proud alumnus, and a true visionary who has become instrumental in fostering connections among us all. Their tireless efforts have ensured that this association continues to flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming architect Vinayak Rasar to deliver the welcome address and official kickstart to this wonderful event. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, today's keynote speaker, Architect Manish Bankar sir, who came from Pune, Architect Dipen Chakravarti sir, who is on the way, he will be joining soon, current Chairman, VB Patil Trust Chairman, Sri Samir Binay sir, our Director, Sri Sagar Binay sir, and our own college principal, Ma'am, Architect Dr. Arundhati Vategavi Ma'am, our distinguished faculty, beloved alumni, current students, and honored guests. Good morning and warm welcome to all. It is true honor and privilege to stand before you today as the president of an alumni association, Appasaheb Binay College of Architecture. As we gather on this special occasion, I am filled with immense pride and nostalgia remembering the formative years we all spent in this college. It is an absolute privilege with great joy and immense pride to open the Avartanam, our cherished alumni meet of 2025. The word Avartanam, which signifies a new beginning or a cycle of renewal. The word Avartanam, which signifies a new beginning, and the spirit of today's gathering, it's a celebration of our shared memory, journey and connection we have made and the infinite potential for future collaborations that continue to flourish from our alma mater. As architects, we are no stranger to cycles. We understand that every structure, every design, every blueprint is the result of constant process of the evolution and ongoing dialogues between creativity, functionality, and vision. Similarly, Avartanam represents not only a reunion of familiar faces, but also the contribution of the legacy we have all contributed to and the bright future we were collectively building for the next generation. Appasaheb Binay College of Architecture has always been more than just an institution. It has been a nurturing ground for the creativity, a space where imagination and discipline meets, and where every student is encouraged to push the boundaries of design and thought. When we first set foot in this college, we were filled with dreams, ideas, and a deep curiosity about the world of architecture. This alumni meet isn't just about reconnecting with the old friends, although that's the certainly highlight, but it's about celebrating the spirit of architecture and design that unites us. We came from different paths, but we share the bond of having been shaped by this institution, this community of thinkers, innovators, and their dreamers. Looking around today, I am reminded of all the countless memories that binds us all. From the classroom where we learned the fundamentals of the design to the studios where we poured our passion into the sketches and models to the long nights of the brainstorming, problem solving, and yes, sometimes even frustrations. We have been a part of the transformative journey here on the extended beyond the theory and technique, shaping our values as an architect and as individuals. Avartanam is also a reminder that our journey doesn't stop here. As alumni, we have a unique opportunity and the responsibility. We not only represent the legacy of this college, but we also play a role in the shaping its future. We can mentor, we can collaborate, and we can help pave the way for the next generation of architects. We will push boundaries and redefine what is possible. Let us take this time to celebrate what we have achieved and to imagine the many new paths that ahead for ourselves, for our college, and for the students who will one day stand where we are now. Let us continue to strengthen the bond between our alumni and the college, working together to build an even brighter future for this institution and the architectural community at large. Once again, welcome to our 2025. Thank you for being here, and let's make Avartanam a meaningful reunion, and let's make this a memorable gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome that have set the perfect tone for today's event. Every event becomes truly special when it begins with the inspiring words of a leader who has guided this institution with a vision and dedication. Today, it is an honor to have with us the driving force behind our college, whose unwavering commitment to excellence continues to shape generations of students. I am delighted to invite our respected principal, ma'am, Dr. Architect Arundhati Vategave, whose guidance has been instrumental in elevating our college to new heights. Their dedication to fostering innovations and holistic education is the cornerstone of our success. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me extending a warm welcome to our beloved principal, Dr. Architect Arundhati Vategave, to deliver the opening remark and share their thoughts on this joyous occasion. Let's greet them with a big round of applause.
Hello dear alumni, good morning all. So I welcome you for the first alumni meet of ABCA Avartanam 25. I am glad and having architect Manish Banker who accepted our invitation to become a keynote speaker and being a present here for the first alumni meet of ABCA. I am also happy that architect and urban designer Dwaipayan Chakravarti, who will arrive here within a few minutes to be a part of this event and to share his professional experience of urban design and architecture. I'm happy that our chairman, Shri Samir Binare, director, Shri Sagar Binare, esteemed guests, our alumni, sponsors, and students being present here to make this event happen. Today, it's a significant day for the Institute and for all of us, as it's a platform where we are meeting in person for the institutional cause. As alumni are, we can say, the part and parcel of the Institute always. So we can say today it's a journey starts, so the name is Avartanam. The repetition of the journey and the meeting should go ahead. So I can say it's an institutional cause, and so that we are gathered here, as I'm happy to share that as far as back from 1998, that is the first batch of our institute, and right up to 23-24, each batch representative is present here to experience this movement of Avartanam. And they prove that they are bound enough to their alma mater. So thank you for taking your valuable time and being present here and making this event possible again. I want to share you that alumni across different regions and different cities of India, like Hyderabad, Bangalore. I want to name these cities because all these our alumni came here from their long places, like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Guwahati, Mumbai, Pune, Latur, Satara, Karad, Kolhapur, Ichalkaranji, and Sangli, of course. They came here and because of that only this event happened. Thank you all for making this move successful. As today is the first alumni meet of our college and we are fortunate enough to meet in person, I want to share the aim and objectives of the Alumni Association of ABCA. So what is the aim? What should be the aim? As we are meeting first and it's a first alumni meet, I think there might be a question in everybody's mind, ki why we gathered here, why that kind of alumni meet, what is the role of theirs and the institute, what they will get and what the institute get. Institute means directly the current students. So the aim of the ABCA Association is to act as a bridge in between the institute and alumni. And there are some objectives we framed by which we need to follow in future continuously. So that is Avartanam. So the few objectives you can add even after because the journey will be continue. The first objective is to provide a platform for the interaction between alumni, present students and the institute. The objectives are many more. Everyone can contribute in any way, whatever they want, to make available their expertise and experience for the present students, to be of the service to the member, to the college, to the present students and society at large, to carry out as a guest faculty for the students, to be a part of internship and placement activity, to conduct mock interviews and guidance programs for the students before placement, to conduct seminars and workshops for the students, help deserving students and charitable cause, to grant free scholarships, prizes, books, stationery and many more for the needy students. So these are the few objectives by which we can be a part of the institute always. The institute is playing a role as a nurturing parent. And after graduating, the alumni help to grow the student and so that the institute. This is how the cycle completes and the ecosystem works perfectly. Alumni Association is bridge or we can say the connector to get the balance the ecosystem of the institute and the alumni. Today I want to appeal you all to make this move successful, strong and healthy to balance the ecosystem of architecture fraternity. I hope from today onwards the journey of the Avartanam will continue as word suggests. I declare that Avartanam will help every year to celebrate the successful completion of 25 years of professional graduates. And after every third year, the grand event will happen. During the period, the bridge between the institute and alumni will be followed by the objectives. I think everyone now know about what is the purpose of the Avartanam, what is the purpose of the ABC Alumni Association, and what are the objectives by which we can communicate with each other and help each other. As I said, the ecosystem means the parent institute and the students, they should help each other and then only that ecosystem will be balanced and so that the society. So that's only is my concern today being a principal and a parent of the institute. So I hope my appeal will touch you and you will contribute in future with the help of the objectives. Thank you for your trust and love. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful words and for guiding us with your vision and leadership. Leadership is not just about holding a position. It's about inspiring growth, making impactful decisions, and envisioning a bright future. Today, we are fortunate to have with us the leader who embodied these qualities and more. Their unwavering commitment to excellence has been a guidelight for our institution and the entire academic community. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Samir Birnale, the esteemed chairman of Vasantrao Banduji Patil Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Samir Birnale to share his thoughts and words of wisdom with us on this special occasion. Let's give them a hearty round of applause and as they take the stage.
On behalf of Vasantrao Banduji Patil Trust and Appasaheb Birnale College of Architecture, I welcome all the students from the management of architecture, Principal Vategawa Madam, today's chief guest, Manish sir, Rasal sir, Architecture Gore sir. We have Pharmacy College also, Principal Tamboli sir. We have Ayurvedic Medical College. We have Maitre sir, Shah sir, all the teachers, non-teaching staff. आजच्या कार्यक्रमाला उपस्थित असलेले माजी विद्यार्थी यांचं मी मनापासून वसंतराव बंडूजी पाटील ट्रस्टच्या वतीनं मी सर्वांचं स्वागत करतो. सांगली इज अ 3 टायर सिटी. थोडंसं लहान असलं तरीसुद्धा आर्किटेक्चर वी हॅव ओनली वन इन टोटल डिस्ट्रिक्ट वी हॅव ओनली वन कॉलेज, that is Appasaheb Birnare College of Architecture. Since 25 years have passed, 25 batches have been passed. So it's a dream project of my father also कि बाबा यहाँ पे architectures होने चाहिए, proper architectures होने चाहिए. As I have done my civil engineering and related to architecture, हमारे ज़माने में sanction करने के लिए महापालिका में equivalence नहीं था, तो अभी architecture ही equivalence कर देता है license के लिए. So it's a very good atmosphere in Sangli to be a architecture and be a proud person and be a humble person in Sangli, to be एक healthy वातावरण इथं आहे की बाबा आर्किटेक्चर लोकांना काय पद्धतीनं आपण ट्रीटमेंट करतो. जसं डॉक्टर्सना आणि इंजिनियर्सना ही आहे तसं माझ्या अभिमान आहे की सांगलीतल्या माझे जे आर्किटेक्चर्स झालेले आहेत किंवा काय आहेत की त्यांनासुद्धा एक वेल नोन इन्स्टिट्यूटमधनं त्यांनी हे केल्यामुळे सुद्धा ते प्राऊड आहेत. माझे मित्र आशिष वोरा दिसा लागले तिथं मला भरपूर त्यांच्याबरोबर काम केलेलं आहे. अँड ऑल वेलकम, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर युअर फ्युचर्स. थँक्यू.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable insights that truly motivate us to strive for excellence. As the helm of every great institution is the leader whose vision and dedication shape its journey towards excellence. Today, we are privileged to have with us our esteemed director, a person whose dynamic leadership and unwavering focus on innovation continue to propel our college to great heights. It is with great pride that I introduce Mr. Sagar Birnale, the director of Vasantrao Banduji Patil Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Honorable Director, Mr. Sagar Birnale, to address this gathering and share his invaluable thoughts with us.
They gave me 5 minutes to speak. She consumed 3 minutes. I'm not as good as remembering the names. Like our esteemed chairman took everyone's name, I might forget, but I should not forget Mr. Banker, who gave me the insights how he got the name Banker. Thank you, Manish, and it's pleasure having you here. And thank you for traveling down to Sangli and giving all the insightfuls to the students. What goes around comes back round. Just want to share few things. As a lot of people know this, I have a garment factory and I was working out there, and then we were thinking about having a solar project out there. So as an businessman, we were just thinking about the ROIs. Yaar, iska return of investment kaisa hai? There was a very wise man who met me on the station and told me, you don't every time look at ROIs when you're doing a project. It is something that you have to give back down to the society. And that's where I thought, no, we have to put this solar projects and we have to put this water conservation projects in my factory so that it's like giving back something to the society. That's a different story that paid me back very well. So why did I narrate this story? After my father got retired and our chairman was looking after the college, unfortunately, I was friends with Mr. Sachin Kanoje, I was friends with Mrs. Arundhati Vategawa, and they asked me, like, why don't we look into this architecture college and take it down to some different heights. That's where the bad luck started for the college, it looks like. eventually, why, I don't know, like when our principal ma'am said you have to speak few words, I did not know what am I supposed to say because I'm just mere a pharmacist and here you are like an architect and what insights can I give? So she said, ki just speak your heart out, whatever you feel like. So I just want to emphasize, there was quite a turmoil in this last 2 years regards to the college and regards to the alumni. So what's the thought process going between the management, the staff, and what do I expect or what do we expect from the alumni? Yes, I do remember when we lost Mr. Samrekar sir and then Arundhati Vatekave madam had become the principal, there were a lot of issues about it. Even I can say this in front of Mr. Chairman that he was not very happy that we were taking a decision of making Arundhati Vatekave madam as a principal because of her high-headedness. Extremely sorry for that. But she is difficult at times. But what was the quality the management looked into her? She was dedicated to the betterment of the students and I still vouch for it. Every time we have a meeting, she has something for the students. She has something for the college, for the betterment of the college. She goes a little yard away with the ethics and everything. The meeting has to be for 30 minutes and she will drag it to 1 hour, but then I have to listen to her because I just cannot walk away. Because she's the principal and she's a lady, so I cannot walk away, but I listen to her. So every time she talks to me, it is something about betterment and she will be a biggest critic of me. Sir, you haven't done this, sir, you haven't done this, you are lethargic, you are doing this, and it keeps on going. So I don't need any more critic when she's around me. But I enjoy that criticness. So why, there was something which we made a lot of differences and a lot of people didn't approve of that decision of mine, where we had a lot of change in the staff, the working patterns. Even my good friends like Mr. Sathe and Mr. Nitwe sir are a little disappointed with me with the kind of things what we are doing in the college. The reason behind that is that as in management or when we are into the factory or wherever we are, we look who are the stakeholders. So the students are the stakeholders for us. So we don't deviate I personally don't deviate things in perspective of my friends or who are working with me. I would deviate things or I would make things comfortable for the students because they are the stakeholders, because they are paying the fees, it's all happening. So looking them into that perspective, we made some changes which were definitely not approved by everyone, but then we had to do it because reforms were required. Though Mr. Chairman did say that, ki Baba, we have an esteemed college, yes, the college is good, everything is good, but then we have to keep on changing. We just can't say that we are the best. Sometimes I go and see it on the board. First in the university. God damn it, it has to be first in the university because it was the only college in the university that time. So, what's like great thing you have done? So right now, I was speaking to Mr. Banker and he was telling me about these things. What would be the architectural role in the next 15 years? I'm not aware about much of it. I'm an investment guy. I was with my friends investing and then I just spoke that to Mr. Banker about it. We were like investors and we 8 of us were sitting together and then that whole project came down in front of us. Or out of 8, 5 of them were asking ki sellable kitna nikla hai. I said, what about the sustainability? What about the looks? What are we going to give our city as such? नहीं यार सागर तू थोड़ा सा चुप बैठ जा. It is what we require is sellable कितना निकला है. So actually, ma'am, we don't want to make these kind of an architects. We want to make architects who have passion for this. Like when I stitch clothes, it's a passion for me. It's like how would he look or how would that fit? So that's what it should be. So what we should be focusing more, and this is what I expect from the alumni, to give your inputs for this. What does the industry need? What kind of a new softwares do the children learn? A lot of times I have seen our children going down and me sending down to some firms, and those guys keep on calling me, Sagar, yaar, there are a lot of things, basics they don't know about it. So you got to take I am not a person who knows anything about architecture. That's why this whole thing has happened. Why have we set this up as an alumni? Like, what we expect is your insights from the industry. What should college get into this? What should we do new? I don't want you to guys waste time deciding where should we have our next alumni. We can always have good times about thinking, oh, how my friend must be looking now. ती आता कशी दिसत असेल या गोष्टीवरती वेळ घालवू. But let's not waste time on deciding on the venues. Let's put time on what should we get to the college, what the cutting edge we should get to the college. This is what we require from the alumni. Few years back when we had this 25th anniversary celebrations, and that was the first time I was having a meeting, and my friend Mr. Rasal in that meeting said कि okay, कर रहे प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे आर्किटेक्ट्स हमारे यहाँ पे बड़े हो गए, we can go for the donations and everything, but what is the college contributing? Don't take it in the wrong way. What is the college contributing? So here we changed it. The college contributed a little part of amount for this alumni. I am into garment business, but I did donate some amount to the college just to make an statement that we are really looking for reforms in the college. It's just not that we don't need anything from the alumni. We don't need those donations. What we need is your insights and your inputs in the college. So there have been some things I did not know if I should have shared it. There was a very high-handedness when we changed the alumni structure. I acted like actually like a goon. I was like a gunda out there. Like I had to straighten it out. So why did I do it? There was a time when I saw like the returns were to be filed, and I saw there was a meeting happened of alumni in Goa. No, that's not what we are here to for the alumni. No, we cannot do that. The alumni here is to put something back to the students, back to the college, not for anyone's benefits or something like that. So I promise you guys, like there will be nothing here for the Birnale family or for Sagar from the alumni. I even won't have a cup of tea from the alumni's money. So this is what I came here. Regards to the reforms, when we had these things about a lot of restructuring with the staff also, why did we do that? It was not because I liked someone or I was biased to anyone or I knew anything about architecture. No. I went to the students and I asked them what do they require, and according to them who fitted in that job we offered them, and we are trying our best. To cut my speech short, Mr. Rasal, it was a fantastic arrangement what you have done. I think if we would have more entertainment programs, there will be more students coming. And you guys are lucky. They only invited 2 directors, so you have to only listen to 2 speeches and not more than that. So I'll invite Mr. Banker to give his insights now. We all are eager to listen to him. Thank you very much. And if I have offended anyone, I'll apologize for that. And it is very beautiful having you all here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words and thoughtful insights that have added immense value to this occasion. We now come to an exciting and historic moment of today's event. This is a moment of pride and inspiration as we unveil the brand new ABCA logo and the official alumni logo. These logos symbolize the shared vision, mission, and identify our community, representing both our legacy and the aspiration of future. These logos are more than just designs. They are reflection of our journey, values, and unity. They represent the strong foundation laid by our institution. The contribution of our alumni and the enduring relations between the past and the present. To officially unveil the ABCA logo and alumni logo, I may please invite architect Shantanu Jagtap sir. Kindly step forward to unveil these symbolic representations of our college collective legacy and future.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected faculties, dear alumni. It's an honor to stand before you today at Avartanam 2025, our alumni meet. As we gather to celebrate a new chapter in the history of Appasaheb Binare College of Architecture today. Today we mark as a significant milestone the inauguration of a new logos for the college and the Alumni Association. As the saying goes, change is only constant. Over the years, our institution has evolved and it's essential to our identity to evolve with it. Our new logos represent this change, this growth, and this forward thinking. For unveiling our college logo, I would like to call upon our respected chairman, Honorable Shri Samir Binari sir, to do the honor, please. Our college logo. Let me take you through the significance of this college logo. A denotes the pyramid symbolizing our strong foundation and our constant pursuit of growth and excellence. B represent the block signifying building blocks of knowledge, creativity, innovation that our institution provides. C stands for curve, embodying the creative and innovative approach that our students and our faculty embody always. A denotes the arrow pointing towards the future, symbolizing our commitment to progress, our determination to stay ahead of the curve. Thank you. For unveiling our Alumni Association logo, I would like to call upon our respected guest, Architect Manish Bankar sir, to do the honor, please. Everyone, round of applause for this, our new logo. Our Alumni Association logo shares same initials, but inside have a different interpretation. A represents the ambitions and the drives of our alumni achievements and greatness. B signifies the bonds that we tie together as a community, transcending time and the geography. C stands for connections that we share, memories that we cherish, and the experience that we shaped us. The 3 A's, the first denotes the aspiration that give to make a difference and to leave the impact on the world. The next A define the Alumni Association with the achievement and the aspirations. A represents the accomplishments, the milestones, and the success that we achieved as a community. The last A represents aspiration, the dreams, the hopes, and the ambition that drives us forward. It embodies the commitment and the continuous learning growth. It's self-improvement as we strive to make meaningful impact in the world of communities and the world at large. As unveil these new logos, we are not just changing our visual identity, but we are reforming our commitment to excellence, innovations, and community. We are embracing the future while honoring our past. Let's celebrate this new chapter of our journey together. Let's embrace the change that these logos represent and continues to strive for the greatness. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Every institution stands tall because of the foundations laid by its leaders, and our college has been fortunate to have had exceptional visionaries guiding it through the years. Today, it is our privilege to honor and celebrate the remarkable contributions of our ex-principals whose wisdom, dedication, and leadership have left an indelible mark on this institution. From shaping young minds to steering this college towards excellence, each of our ex-principals had played a pivotal role in nurturing the ethos of ABCA. Their leadership has been instrumental in the growth of our college and the success of countless students who carry forward their legacy. We now take this moment to felicitate the exemplary leader. May I please request Architect Nandini Deshpande. Architect Rajan Lakhole and Architect Madhav Geji sir, unfortunately, they could not join us in person today. However, their absence does not diminish the gratitude and respect we hold for them. They remain an integral part of this institution's history and success. May I now request Architect Manish Banker to present token of our respect and gratitude to our esteemed ex-principal, Architect Nandini Deshpande. Let us have a resounding round of applause to honor these starlets whose contributions have been a guiding light for generations. Thank you, ma'am, for your incredible service and dedication to ABCA. Proceeding, today's event becomes all the more special with the presence of a truly inspiring personality whose achievements and journey are testaments to excellence, perseverance, and vision. It is indeed a privilege and honor to have Architect Manish Banker with us as the chief guest for the memorable occasion. Today, Sir has graciously taken time out of their busy schedules to be with us, sharing their insights and wisdom. Their presence here is not just an honor but an inspiration for all of us gathered here. May I now request Architect Neha Thosar to kindly introduce our esteemed chief guest to the gathering.
A very good morning to everyone who are present here. It is a great honor to introduce Architect Manish Banker, sir, as our guest speaker today. I would like to share a little bit about him. So Manish sir have graduated in architecture from Institute of Environmental Design, which is in Gujarat. He have studied the works and writings of architect Frank Lloyd Wright through his research thesis on the subject of organic architecture. Following his passion towards architecture, he used to spend his valuable time during theses and case studies interacting with architect Nari Gandhi. He have also worked as an apprentice and was a disciple at the Osho Commune International at Pune for 2 years, contributing immensely to the ongoing projects, being a part of the design team consisting of architects, artists, designers, and engineers from all over the globe. Having identified the true meaning and purpose of architecture, he have established Tau Architecture Private Limited, his own firm, in 1994, with his first private residence project Anand Villa in 95. Presently, Tau team consists of 30 professionals, well supported by associate architect, Architect Kavi Sheikh, senior interior designer Vishwajit Korgave, his managing director Mr. Motilal Banker, catering to the integrated design solutions by seamless services of architecture, interiors, and landscape design across various nature of projects like hospitality, corporate offices, luxury villas, multi-storied housing, and many more. Tau Studio has been honored with some very prestigious recognitions from various institutions, out of which I would like to name a few that are Asia Pacific Property Awards, then I3D, which stands for Institute of Indian Interior Designers Award, Builders Association of India, All India Stone Architectural Awards, and AESA, that stands for Architects, Engineers and Surveyors Association. Apart from this, Manish sir has been very passionate about traveling in India and around the world, exploring architecture, heritage, and capturing built environments through his hobbies of sketching and photography. He also loves to share his passion for architecture with his colleagues, clients, contractors, fellow professionals, and students. Hereupon, without taking much of your time, we are very pleased to invite him to the dais to share his valuable insights on the subject of being student forever. So please give a big round of applause as we call him upon the stage to give his presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Am I audible there? Right at the back? Good morning. Good morning to Sangli. And my special tribute and regards to Appa Sahib, who has probably put, this college together more than 30 years back, and we are the fruits of this beautiful institute. And I always give my thanks to the person who must have visioned the college, and that has shaped our own careers. And somehow we are lucky to have such visionaries existed decades before, when we were born, probably. Okay, and this is something which matters a lot to all of us. I mean, they may not be physically here, but I see the spirit, which takes us. The next generation holds, the same interest, by which we all are in a kind of a current condition to learn, grow, and, aspire to contribute to the world. So this is something which is very special, and I'm very happy to see alumni, because you must have met some of your old friends here. You must be meeting some of the young students here. Probably we were also in that stage, when we joined the architecture. And I must tell you that it's not only the professors who inspired me to do good studies, but also, all the alumni, all the seniors who came and gave us a kind of a good insight about learning architecture, taking interest into knowing what architecture is. And I'm glad that some of the students are also here today who are studying architecture, and alumni who are practicing and doing some good work all across India and maybe abroad also. And this reminds me also of my college days, when I joined architecture, and as a first year student, you don't know what actually is going to be there, and how we are going to actually shape up our future. Only thing we knew that, okay, there is nothing else but just put your efforts, to grind yourself and learn as much as you can. Get inspired by the people who've been doing good work. Understand things which are there in the people, in the books, in the projects somewhere, and we keep on reading them all across, wherever we get a chance. And this is how only you can learn architecture. Architecture, fortunately, don't have textbooks. I mean, there's something which I find is very interesting, because you meet person and you see that as a textbook. You meet a building and you see that is an open textbook. You need an eye to read them. You go to place, a festival, any kind of a public place, you see architecture being there for many years, and so many things, stories which are hidden, in that place. It's something which we all need to learn. How do we start reading them? And I see everywhere. Fortunately, I tell you, we are lucky if you start reading all these things. You don't need movies to go to. I see that the movies are constantly happening. I mean, this event by itself, is something which is happening live, okay? And we witness the beauty of appreciating architecture, beauty of nurturing the young minds, beauty of sharing with your own friends, and so many things which are happening. And it's just something which we are part of it. So it's so beautiful to be as an architect and see things which probably, beyond what we are, I see that. And I've been lucky, tell you, that I was a student of an architect. And today, I thought of putting this subject together, that since I became a student of architecture, I mean, it has not stopped. I'm still continuing being a student of an architecture. And it's such a wonderful profession to be in, because you never get matured enough. There's always a way to step further, to learn a little more. Even today I'm here, I'm so much to carry back with me. That how institute works, how the generations take over. Like some of the old generations who must have studied here are teaching here, and probably they might be working together. So things keep on happening, and we are always there as a part of education. educating ourselves, educating and sharing with others. So I would like to start, this presentation with our journey, which we really keep on carrying around us. And always I ask a question, are we part of a marathon or a pilgrimage? I mean, both the words which are very beautifully embedded. I'll just give you a little explanation that how sound has not come. Now, okay. Sorry for that. But see, we always are either in one of these states. Either we are in a state of marathon, where we are competing. Look at this picture here, where, some people are only ready to shoot and target. One guy has just fallen, nobody cares about it, okay? It's just that, individual is only in a rush to reach somewhere. And they are least bothered about what is happening next to, them. Where in other case, when you look at a pilgrimage, I don't know how many of you attended a Wari, which happens from Alumni to Pandharpur. And many places in India it happens. And this is our traditional way of marching ahead, where we all walk together, we dance together, we play music together, we sing. And we have all same goal, and we help each other to reach there. So there is no competition, but there is a kind of a contributing to each other's spirit to grow. And this is where I see the difference between marathon and pilgrimage is defined. In marathon, see, it's a very different concept where, you've been given numbers, okay? You don't have, you got an identity which is reduced to a number. Wherein in pilgrimage, there is no number. Everybody dissolves in the kind of a group, and we all grow together and dance and march, very happily. See, you see a stress, when you see the picture of a marathon. But when you go to pilgrimage, you see everybody is in a kind of a state of bliss and joy. And there is no tiredness. I see people walking for more than a month, from one place to other place every day without any tiredness. And they always have a time to rest. There is no rush, and there is no kind of a push, happening from others. In marathon, only one person reaches out of hundreds, and there's only one person celebrates. The rest of them feel, kind of an awkward, to really feel them, because there is something which was the competitive nature by which people were growing. Where in the pilgrimage, everybody reaches with the same joy, and there's so much to share among others. And to me, there is no as such as a competition. It is something to do with your own inner self and the satisfaction of you being there, meeting the destiny where you're planning to go. Let's say in Pandharpur, okay, you reach to the Vithala. And everybody reaches, everybody celebrates, everybody greets each other. And there is nothing which is left for you to get offended or get, because you didn't reach there. I think it doesn't matter how many seconds later or before you reach. It matters that you reach there with what joy and journey. So in pilgrimage, the journey is a lot more joyous, wherein a marathon, it is stressful. It is something which is so much tensed. So much preparation goes before that. And this is something which is, we all need to know that how it applies to our studentship, how it applies to our life. That we always ask whether we are part of marathon or we are part of pilgrimage. And this is something probably if you ask yourself, you would know and you will find an answer that why people are stressful, while practicing, why people are joyous when they actually, are satisfied and quite engaged with their own processes, taking help of others, contributing each other, and leading, in a collaborative way. And see, as we are students right from our birth, our parents are our first teachers. Invariably we don't know, but all of us have learned embedded culture, way of being, from our parents. Mothers have always taught, this is how I grew, my parents took me around entire India. We had a brother, sister, and then how we grow together, as a bonding. This is something which our parents have taught us, that how do we bond to each other, how do we sensitize our relations. And we also grew up in a very small place near Ahmedabad. This was our pole. We grew up in a very nice mohalla. We used to play cricket there. And I grew up, in the vernacular architecture, where the wood, the bricks, and the way, people shared, the streets was very amazing. We had a very communal bonding when we used to play cricket, used to celebrate festivals, flying kites, diyas put around on the Diwali. Is something which is embedded in my head, that we always grew as human being part of community and sharing our spaces, our relations with each other. I grew up with the house where the courtyards were there, and how, we enjoyed rains and sun, in the winter, where the shadows even in the summer. How each ota on which, the old age people would sit there, they guide us, they make fun of us, they shared so much of food and snacks, while moving from in and out. So there was a different community at that time. And there were places to feed birds. And you see the birds coming there. There was so much respect for nature, and celebration was part of everything, whatever we learn. And this is something I'm sure is embedded in all of us. Somewhere or other, we have gone through such state. It's important that we notice all these things, and we see that how we embed in our own new work, where the sensitivity which requires to apply material, but with the purpose of what is actually architectural purpose is. Do we really meet the purpose of making a building or a house or a street or a mohalla? What is the purpose for which we are actually serving? And tell you, the elevations at that time in vernacular architecture was a byproduct. It was so well treated. Look at the wood, the carving, the kind of brackets, the structure, the projections, the window sizing is all modular. And it was all meant as a byproduct to look good. But the primary purpose was that everybody would look into the street, they'll get a good natural light. There are projections given so that the rains and the sun would not hit the floor below. And everything was in a kind of a state of, in context, with how the climatic conditions of that particular region is there. And then there was also monumental architecture, like we had special gates, in Ahmedabad, where we would cross through that. And it becomes a kind of a state of dignity that, you have a wonderful city and the kind of a scale we get in. All these aspects do give us this kind of an insight about the place from where we've grown up. And to me, our places, our architecture, has given us so much understanding and dignity. And probably these are the open textbooks I was talking about, that we grew together. It's just that, our teachers and our parents made us sensitive enough to start seeing things. Then the mosques and temples, by which you grow, the architecture, the Hello? Yeah. So this institute probably everybody must be knowing. And I was lucky that where I was staying and where my school was, I was crossing this while walking. I did not know what architecture is. I only felt the beautiful space and the kind of an aura of, the place where learning was happening on the steps, on the ground, in the lawn. Teachers were teaching under the tree. And this is something which I felt like how we know about Gurukul. And I did not know what this institute is all, what this building is. As a child, studying to the high school, had not much of an idea. But I used to enjoy there walking through this area. And see, teachers are not there only in the schools. I mean, I met many teachers who taught us, how to make drawings and how to understand geography and how to calculate mathematics and all. But teachers are there in our own family also. He is my uncle. He taught me about how to draft, how to make a drawing. He inspired me about understanding the buildings because he was a civil engineer. And he introduced me that you can become a good architect. I mean, and I said, what is architect? He says, that you don't need to ask me, you will figure it out one day. But I'm telling you that you just, and he drove me down to his place, to his office. When I was in 10th standard, he introduced me what is a drafting. At that time, there were parallels and you have different kind of thickness, pencil, rot rings and all. We used to use that. And he just asked me to hold the pencils together and pens together and all. Then he introduced me to this architect. The architect was consultant architect to the company where my uncle was working. And he introduced me, he says, I'll take you to the architect. And when you go to architect's place or his house, it's kind of something different, because there he used to listen music, he used to work while playing music. I said, this is very interesting that you can work and listen music. I mean, it's something which is very interesting. And then he showed me drawings and sketches. And somehow, let you start learning about things and you being open about knowing things. Then I got fortunately admission into architecture, Institute of Environmental Design, that is place was at that in Baroda, and shifted to Vallabh later on, which is in between Baroda and Ahmedabad. Pingle, I don't know how many of you know, but he was a great teacher who taught us about drawing, sketches, paintings, and very basic design. And he introduced us to the different patterns which exist in the nature and help us to start seeing how do we observe nature. For instance, this pattern of tortoise or a butterfly or reflection in the water or the lilies, on the pond. Everything is there creating a pattern around. And we keep on learning about such aspects which are there. This is what I'm saying, that the world by itself is a textbook. We are all supposed to just simply learn. Everything is there. It's just that we are lucky, I tell you, that we don't have to open a book and read what has been told by somebody, years before. But it's something where actually what is happening every time, every now and then, whenever you're walking around, there's some scenario which tells us. And, we learn about how to make drawings, sketches, same plane, how do you apply different media. And these are all done by hand to just understand that how the cool colors would work on the same landscape. What effect do you get? If you have to use a monochromatic colors, how would it go? And the Suryakant Patel, he was our dean. I was lucky to really be friend of his son, who was part of my class batch, and we learned together so many things about sketching and understanding about architecture and various things. So what I'm saying is that the learning architecture is not just within the four walls of your classroom. That is happening. But 50% of the learning happens just outside our class or beyond our college, while walking from college to the home or traveling somewhere or other. We took participation in NASA And I was lucky to be part of it, and we won 3 trophies. First ever time our college participated, and GCN trophy was won by our college. I was a major contributor during that time because I was good with the sketching and painting and presentations and all. But it was fun to be part of the team and work and learn and grow and contribute to how do we really grow as a student and learn. And then we were a group of friends who would always go on our own beyond our college time. Like on vacations, we go, this is a Mandu, one of my most favorite place where we used to go and do sketching. And we 3 of us, especially the friends, had a lovely time to share our time bonding in front of Jahaj Mahal, Rupmati Pavilion and various other monuments which exist, which are very poetic. Okay. Now these are the insights where we did not know about architecture, but only learn while walking through. And we could hear the stories probably must have gone through, centuries before. And it's not just enough. Also, there are ways by which you can learn, and that is researching. Fortunately, I don't know whether your college has a research thesis, but I was lucky because nowadays I see the research thesis has been eliminated from the college, and I always say that research thesis should be always part of education because that helped me. That helped me to understand by reading books. And I was lucky to find a subject called organic architecture where while listening Frank Lloyd Wright's one of the video cassette, I could understand that what he meant by organic architecture. And I started reading about his books, his write-ups, his buildings. And I saw that there are so many resemblances that observing nature can give you so many insights about architecture. And my thesis went on for more than 2 years. And during the thesis, I found that Nari Gandhi was the apprentice to Frank Lloyd Wright. So I took all my efforts to go and meet him and started interactions with him on the letters, and somehow that also gave me a lot of insight about. Then he allowed me to go and study some of his architecture buildings, and I went there, did my case studies, did all the sketching. Fortunate enough, that I got a permission, and I used to stay there for more than a week, to really learn about staying in the building while studying it. And I did all the sketches there, nothing else to do, completely focusing on what we need to observe through the architecture. And architecture is not just a building. To me, it's a lot more beyond building, like how the nature gets integrated within the building. How do we create spaces which are closed, which are open, which are semi-covered, and stuff like that. And then our learning does not stop only in academics. To me, when you're passed out, when you graduated, you have to be part of the world, and before going to the world, we must understand what are we meant for, are we just here or taught ourselves learn architecture only to generate a livelihood or to add a value to our life, which becomes a kind of a fuel to actually push our life with the joy and pleasure of contributing not only to ourselves but to the society in general. Finding means and ways to understand. And I was lucky that my father told me to check about ashram in Pune. It's called Osho Community International, and it was something which is wonderful place. I used to listen Osho during my school days. I learned about what meditations are, how they are meant, and we all need to really see this is not taught in our schools and colleges. This is something where it is there embedded in our history. Like many masters have happened, and there's so much there to learn from them. So much And fortunately, some contemporary masters also have come to really guide people. I mean, our education and livelihood has not fulfilled our life in general. I took initiation there, became a part of the place as an apprentice to learn architecture, landscaping, interiors, along with many of the artists and engineers, architects coming from all across the world. And this is one institution which happened at that time under the guidance of Osho, that how do you really be as a human being connected with the nature while having all the luxury of life without compromising on being humble, simple, connected with the nature. And I was part of their design team. I worked there for 3 years to really see that I am exposed to understand about what is the international standard of work. And I was lucky that given some responsibility to design some of the places, especially interiors and the landscape. There was not much of an architectural work, but that was not important. Important was that how do you really see the intricate details and learn about them. And I designed some of the places there that whatever you get a small thing to do, how interestingly you put your efforts and get best result out of it was something which was important in that particular time when I really did a job over there. Then one of my friend came to me and said that they are doing their house, why can't you help us to really align the place, because we need some better quality of interiors. And then I just started helping them, okay. But that time, this is about in 93, 94, when probably a college was established. I started working around on my own, putting my efforts together. But beyond that, there is another way of learning, is traveling and exposing yourself. After doing a little work, there was some money which I had saved. I thought I'll spend it to go on backpack trip to Europe. And I took a backpack trip knowing nothing about visas, just took a ticket and went and realized that you need a visa and you need a lot of other things. But somehow everything helped me, to get facing, the issues which rose, by traveling. There you meet people. I ended up being in Italy, did nothing but sketching. I stayed in youth hostels to save money and see that bare minimum expenses, how you travel and learn. And this is something, and then you do sketching. And then you meet some friends across, when you stay in youth hostel. I met this Japanese photographer who was a fantastic photographer. And I learned about how the photography can be actually so useful to look at the world in a more poetic way. Where the camera acts far more beyond our eyes, because it takes you more deeper into the subject, what you are seeing, and not just passing through. So learning is always through seeing things, noticing them, observing them, putting it onto the paper, allowing every little detail. When you sketch, this is something which is very important, which I would like students to know, that sketching is the most important aspect of learning architecture. Because when you sketch, your eye has to go to every corner of the building. You have to notice the scale, construction details, how the light and shadow falls, how the proportions are shaped, what kind of openings and windows are there, how the connection with the indoor and outdoor happening, how the weather is affecting, the surfaces of the building, how people are moving in and out. It's something which is amazing to see. And I request everyone to really put your sketchbook together all the time. Do sketching, whatever you can do. But sketching is the only way which help you to start observing things beyond what our eyes watches. Then I visited some of the old heritage structures in Rome, in Paris, the Pompidou Museum. That was first ever time it was created. It's a very ultra-modern architecture, exposed completely, from outside structural and services are running all outside exposed, but inside is a pure, simple exhibition hall which helps you to see the artworks displayed there and nothing else. There's a new aesthetics was generated that you expose all the structural and construction methodology as a science to be completely exposed. This was part of a Berlin, where the Berlin was put up as a new city undergoing, and all these things I experienced in my backpack trip in '94. It was almost 30 years back. And you have a lot of queries within you, how things are resolved, how things are made, and this, I tell you, these architects at that time were so advanced using a technology, materials, and of course they have their own climatic conditions by which they use the glass and they put various technology, but the way they create humanized spaces is something which is worth learning from. And you keep on exploring, and as much as you travel, you see things. And I think that we need to really see that we are matured enough before we actually get into the practice of making, and our practice is not to earn livelihood or making money. To me, practice is passion and your contribution and your love for the work. You go to some good work, like I had a wish to visit Falling Water House because I did my research thesis on falling water of organic architecture by Frank Lloyd Wright, and I read a lot about. I had made actually model of of this building without seeing the building, only from the books and drawings, whatever was available in the library. And I was lucky to be there, very pleased, there at the Falling Water. And then I ended up being there at Taliesin West, where the Frank Lloyd Wright taught how the institutes can be there. What is an apprenticeship? How do you learn about seeing the architecture of what Frank Lloyd Wright used to call as an organic architecture? He used so many different technology to actually meet various different requirements right in the desert of US or the Wisconsin's, where he had a very low temperature buildings where the temperature would go even minus 30. Visited some of the buildings of this is a Kimball Art Museum by Louis Kahn. Then of course when you go to US you see the New York. That time those twin towers were existing. And then Frank Lloyd Wright's Guggenheim Museum. Now all these buildings have so many stories to tell you, so many ideas to get inspired from, so many things, and you come back as a humble child. Now what to do? And this is a little story of my own practice where we started working with this building. I rented out and put up my studio. We had some good small team. That time there were no computers. In 97, 98, we bought a first computer, looking into the AutoCAD drawings and all. and I could never learn AutoCAD because I come from a generation where AutoCAD was just introduced once I passed out. This is one of our initial building, which I designed as a house with the parallel walls. So the idea was to have parallel walls east-west on the ground floor, where the parallel wall on the first floor was facing north and east. East-west on the first floor, and the south-west was on the north and south was on the ground floor. But the idea was that how we place a structure with the parallel walls and create a space within which people actually would have a good living pattern inside. So how do we contemporize architecture? By using concrete as one of the primary technology, and this was in almost 1998. And I brought the bricks there. We used the and this is another house which we have designed. Again, a small house of 3,000 square feet of a plot with a courtyard. And this is in Ahmednagar. What I want to say is that how our experience in the rural and vernacular architecture where you grew up, it helps you to create a humanized character of the places where people get settled down by themselves with the family. And by using the local technology of the Nevasa stone, we could put the walls together, generated the spaces which are very well linked with the courtyard, which is just outside. And the courtyard was the main element, which was supposed to be the central focal point, and all the living areas got well linked, where they always had something to overlook into the courtyard, celebrate the rains and sun coming into the courtyard. And the swings, and this is the typical scenario of the courtyard, where I see them most of the time being settled down. And we had these jarukhas and a kind of a typical four post beds, and their old almaris and all this was made a part of the entire interiors. And even today they celebrate the sunlight during the winters, and these courtyards really started helping them to form a courtyard as their main living room than this inside. I'll take you to another, the story where I learned. I was invited from Jodhpur to design a house. Now see, I'm living in Pune, and the people from Jodhpur calls me up and say that, can you come and do something for us there in Jodhpur? Because we like, and they like some of my very contemporary houses in Pune, and they wanted a very different house than comparatively how people do the houses in Jodhpur by, the traditional method of stones and all. So I was very lucky to be invited there, and I said I need to go and study actually and this was the outcome of, the project, and I'll give you explanation that how did this turn out to be. But I'll take you to the journey that how I actually started I'll take you to Jodhpur that, as a student, how do you really see the place, its culture, its climatic conditions, and how it is embedded in the music, in the food, in the fashion. Everything is somehow got some kind of a connection with each other. The architecture was not just isolated art. It is interconnected with the art. Okay, it is interconnected with the fashion, Everything is there as a part of, the culture. And you start seeing things how they traditionally been doing things, like jalis, jarokhas, the shaded areas, how they use the colored glasses, and how they form, the forts on high walls. How the water is being managed, okay, in the desert areas. The quarries you visit and you learn about how the stones are, as a primary material for to use. And we have lovely materials of our natural stones. Today you are one of the vendor to exhibiting, the lovely stone and the kind of work which we can apply in our works are there. It's something which is worth appreciating, and I really see that the new technology has come to make things much more easier than the earlier days. But there I studied wood, stone, leather, glass, metal, and different applications in a very crafty manner been generated over the centuries. Even the cotton, the prints, textiles. And I tell you, our country is so rich in this application. And this was the idea I thought as a student, how do I apply now, but in a contemporizing manner. So it was quite thrilling rather for me to come out with a sketch of a house where I felt that in Jodhpur I always went and studied the different havelis and the vernacular buildings. And what they create is they create a very narrow courtyards. Why? Because narrow courtyard gives them a ventilation and a chimney effect for the hot air to escape out, nourishes and washes, the interior spaces with the light and ventilation. But it doesn't create a harsh sun coming into, the spaces inside. Because by the time the sun reaches to certain level, the shadow starts forming. And this is something on which basis I designed the house with the two small courtyards, which you can see in the green. But what I did is that, that time I was also studying the works of architect Nimish Patel, who was based out in Ahmedabad. And he gave a very good talk once in Pune. And he introduced us about the wisdom which is hidden, in our heritage architecture. And so he introduced that passive cooling system. So what was the idea that if you really see in the plan, that these are the two courtyards, these four are the cooling towers we place in a way that they supply cool air down to the house underneath. And then the triangular ones are the stack towers. So what happens that they act actually as a chimney and they pull the hot air out. So idea was to create a kind of a laboratory where the cool air will come down and hot air will escape out. So if you see, what we did is that we do the courtyards. All yellow zone what you see are these living spaces, and they are buffered by having spaces like blue, which are courtyard, which are toilets and storerooms and verandas, and these stack chimneys, they also act as a veranda here. And every space like pink, which are all bedrooms, the blue are also, most of the spaces are well insulated, by the other rooms around. And by doing that, we could insulate, the house, so that to reduce the consumption of energy and keep the houses very cool. And this is how we formed the model, because there in Jodhpur we didn't find good civil engineers at that time to execute the work. We decided not to give them a 2D drawings, but we converted all our drawings into SketchUp model and made different details so that people can execute them well. But this was the idea, that you pick up the cool air. So you generate a cool air by having a water cooler here. And see, Jodhpur has a hot and arid climate. So it's something which requires water to really cool the air. And what happens that the water cooler works, the air comes inside, and the water cooler basically pushes the air down and pulls the air from outside. It filters the air, and then as the water comes in contact with the air, it becomes cool, heavier, and it starts dropping down. And we picked up this cool air into the different rooms. And right on the opposite side of the room, we created this chimney effect where I used a glass here to heat up the space, and created by this, you generally see on the factory buildings, where there are the turbo vents and they pull the hot air out. By having that, because the hot air is generated and the cool is coming in, there is a constant flow of air happens. And this was an experiment. I thought we should do it, and somehow it worked very well. And their consumption of energy is almost 20% compared to the other buildings which are surrounding around them, around their place. And this is how the whole section started working there. So that you put a cool hot air and cool air supply, and then everything was kind of ventilated with the cool air supply within the building. And that's the stack ventilation tower which pulls the hot air out, wherein this is the cooling tower where you see the coolers are put up there, and then the cool air is basically pulled in, hot air is pulled in, gets cooled, and then supplies down. And you look at all walls are well insulated, and there are indirect windows created with the jali so that there is no direct sunlight hitting into any of the spaces inside. And then these two small courtyards starts helping them to get a light and ventilation within the house. And we detailed out certain details of construction so that, and we use the two different colors. Jodhpur has the two different colors. One is a pinkish stone and one is a reddish stone. So we use both of them to generate their identity of, so that the towers here are in pink stone where these are in the red stone. And this is how we could put the model together. And by doing that, we used load-bearing structure. The idea was not to use a concrete at all, because the concrete is against the heat, because it picks up the heat and transfers down into the underneath in the spaces inside. Wherein the stone, which is traditionally used in Rajasthan, are basically insulated material, because any sandstone absorbs the heat during the daytime and start releasing back into the atmosphere in the night. And what we did is that we created a thickness calculated as a 1 foot thick stones would allow heat to be absorbed during the daytime, and in the night again it simply, so it contains the temperature inside and retains whatever is required to be conducive to live inside. And this is the master plan that we did it, that this is an entry point, drive there, enter into the house, have a living room and bedrooms on site, and then these are the 4 chimneys which acts as a cooling tower. And we created bungas for their servant areas to actually stay there, and then they come from the backside. And this is the structure which we thought of having it as a load-bearing structure. So what we did is the slab was also not casted in a concrete. We put a girders, ice sections on the from one wall to other wall, and loaded them with the 3-inch thick stone plates, they call it. And where actually they are the slabs, 3-inch thick, available readily to put them on top of each other. This is traditionally used entire in the traditional architecture of Jodhpur. And this is how we could formulate, the spaces where the 2 courtyards are primarily here. And we added one structure at the top as a meditation hall on the first floor. And it was intense work in terms of sharing the drawings with the working details, constructions, dimensions, because we were sitting in a Pune. We didn't want to go anything wrong there on the site. And I'll take you to the progression of how the construction happened on the site when we actually started. And we found some people who taught us how the lime is used instead of cement. And we applied there all the structures. If you see the stones and the lime, so there was no cement used except for the foundation work. And I tell you, it's amazing to see that in India, the skill sets what we have it, and how do we really consume that into our projects and ensure that they get a livelihood, we retain the craftsmanship which exists in our country, and at the same time we get a modern buildings for the new lifestyle, which people are adopting nowadays. So see this project, I mean, like we have so much to learn from our past and grow out and see that we carry forward the skill sets, the wisdom which is lying in our own structures to lot further by our own applications, by our own understanding. And this is something which we can actually apply in our own work. Okay, so how much time more I have? Because he's here now staring at me. 10 minutes more? Okay, fine. So because there is a lot more to continue, but I felt that I will, okay. So if you time, then we can continue, okay, with due permission from him who's come all the way from Pune driving. Okay, thank you. See now, I'll show you a house which extends, the technology, okay. We use a modern lifestyle, and then we've done houses which are even larger in the scale. They become like almost like a resort by themselves in a very contemporary way. So concrete is another material which we can also explore beautifully. And this project shows that, how we can actually apply our work where again by using the natural light, ventilation stays as a common thread to modern architecture, but still you can achieve something which is very interesting. And each site, and this is a little plan, of that house which exists, but if you look at it, maybe I'll show you the sketch of it, then you will know. And so if you look at primarily, it has tubular form. Why tubular form? Because this is almost 2 acres of a land, and we had, the client knew that the people on the side will have high-rise buildings coming up. So soon they might have intrusion, visual intrusion from, the neighboring buildings. So we knew that nothing is going to come in the front here. And see, the client took me to the site and asked me, should we really put our house together here? Because we know. But unless and until you give us a kind of a solution where we are convinced, you want to call them here? I think they got more inspired, okay? Okay, so, so actually it's a tubular forms, and we created the tubes. So that what happened that the neighboring building cannot look into it, and we extended, see when we did the building, you see the blue sky, I think now it's almost covered by the apartment buildings next to it. But the trees also grown high, and they have enough privacy because we had planned it in a way that there is a huge projection coming out. The extended tubes do such in a way that the glass is right inside, and they have a wonderful privacy, but at the same time not missing out, the view outdoor. And again, the courtyard acts as a source of light. It acts as a hub where all the rooms are interconnected. The staircase is almost floating. It's been cantilevered out from the ground here, rises up and touches there like that. And this is a wonderful space which actually acts as a hub, linking all the spaces there. And those tubes, smaller tubes, actually they act as a bedroom to overlook, the outdoors. Then we put punctures from the top so that the toilets gets a nice courtyard and brings a lot of light coming from the top. And you see the natural light coming from the top is basically used to see that they have a daylight well for, and then see this is one of the bedroom again overlooks the garden. It's a part of a tube, and see that's a veranda which extends out beyond the bedroom area. Again, all toilets are well filled with the natural light from the top. In the night, then we also lit it in a way that, see, the architecture has a beautiful things because in the night it can really change its own attire. When you put a good lighting, which enhances the quality of architecture, further helps to define architecture more interestingly. And here, the lighting actually helps me to enhance the tubular form of the architecture. I'll take you quickly to, you grow, you want to experiment, you have different kind of projects coming. So we did this corporate office on a Nagar road in Pune, which is overlooking, to the entire bird sanctuary. And this was a plot of about 1.5 acre land, and we wanted to put a building where the plot had a little odd shape like this. And that helped me to create a building. So this is one building here and the two buildings. We divided into two parts. So this becomes a east wing because this is the east side, north is up there. And we put a building on and we created a glass facade mostly on the south and north side where you get a minimum sunlight, where we block the entire west side so that the building is completely insulated from the west side. And this became a corporate wing for the client themselves, who are developers, and this was meant for them to sell it out. And we created a critical course where the like staircase, elevators, fire escape staircase, and all are planned in a way. And then we added a very special feature to this part of a building to create an interesting stepping out spaces for them to have a breakout areas. And this is how the building has appeared, the actual picture. And what we did is that all the structure we created in a way that they help to hold the cantilevering terraces like this. And then we created, idea was to have a complete greenery. Like you can see the plants here, and the idea is the plants should really grow and become almost like a green garden, insulating all the glass surface which is inside. So this was the first sketch which I had made, and this is how it turned out to be. Again, see, your observation about the nature helps you to define how the cantilever works, how the branches works, how the aesthetics comes out from the natural trees, and how do we really apply that in our buildings. And this is a little clubhouse. Again, it follows, the same pattern and forms a space to deal, with their restaurants and some of the club activities. And then how do you carry inside, the consistent language you set for the building. And we were also asked to continue as an interior designer of, the project. So this is the lobby, double-headed lobby, where we introduce the backdrop, which basically helps you to not miss out what is seen or experienced from the outside the building. The elevator lobby and the good lighting done, and the one huge mural of almost 20 feet by 11 feet, Ganesha, dancing Ganesha, and that's something who is always welcoming, people. This is the main door there. And how the lobby, is meant, so there is the security counter, the waiting space, a sculpture sitting always, to accompany you in case you are alone there, and a little story about how the building was created. And this is one of the director's cabin, through which you overlook, into the outdoor gardens, which I just showed you there, that how the terraces work and act as a garden. And we introduced with a lot of light which was coming in. So I used light as a source to create a partition between two cabins as a green wall. And that also not only creates a microclimate, but also insulates the spaces for the acoustics. And then the whole idea of structure, what you see in building, continues even in the furniture. So we design the furniture which goes along, carries on, with the same spirit, so that there is a kind of a consistent story, like you are weaving a story as an architect to let the experience of, being in one unified architecture. And these furniture ended up winning a national award from IID for introducing a new language of, or a specific language of furniture. And and then this, the one of the boardroom. Again, you see the insulated walls generated by green. So garden is inside, where you overlook, into the spaces beyond the buildings. And how the terraces are actually used here. So the offices are not only to just simply succumb into the four walls and spend your 9 to 6 hours, but the idea is to see that you have a breakout areas, you breathe a little fresh oxygen, you can have informal meetings outside, they can have lunch here, and then it continues, in the same spirit as probably you would be living in your house. We added a cutout into the terrace so that you look down to the depth of, the thing, and people do get scared, to stand on this glass here because you can see down, the 60 feet down space there. But it's amazingly to see that how the terraces can actually add thrill to experience what you actually offer to the clients to use it. Okay, I'll end up more time. So, okay. I'll just show you the studio which we designed for ourselves. Okay, probably architects would like it, so we'll continue doing this. But one quick again, how we inspire from our experiences which we might have gone through. I grew up in this area close to my house in Ahmedabad called Adalaj, which is a stepwell, which is a very famous stepwell. Probably, I'm sure most of you might have been there. And it's very beautiful. It's like upside down temple. And you go down, fetch the water, and you get a quite good natural light from the top. The air ventilation happens, the hot air chimney effects goes. The harsh sun actually becomes very cool inside. And it's very beautiful architecture. Probably if you've not been, I recommend everyone to go there and see. And it's, to me, this is a true temple. And you see the section where how you interact with each other. And this is the section I created for our own studio. And somehow I like that, in my subconscious I always wanted to have that interactive space as an atrium where people work here, they meet here, they use the steps here, they go up and down, and we get a natural light from the top. And it's something which is indirectly, giving me the sense of the kind of experience which I used to have it in my childhood while walking into the stepwell. So this is actually my studio where we have created an amphitheater in the section. So from ground floor to first floor, you walk through the amphitheater, and that amphitheater acts as a place for us to have interactive sessions within ourselves, sometimes with the clients, sometimes with the students. I've been having some of the classrooms being taken for the students to come here, and we use this space. While going up and down, you use these two walls as our library. So our people are invited to come, sit here. All the students are most welcome to be there, and you don't disturb the work because work pattern happening on the both side of the building, where here it's common space to actually experience how the. And then we created a ground floor with a parking space, and then the ground floor is nothing but arriving to the place here, and you start going up, and this is the first floor where we have a working studio, we have got meeting rooms here, and interactive space where the meeting room, the informal meeting happens there, gathering happens. Even some of the tables are kept here. The whole space is left completely open, where the washrooms are tucked in on the west side here, so that they don't create a heating, inside, the spaces, where we've taken full advantage of north and south light, filtering them through the perforated screen, which is here like that. And we created the entire structure which actually allows to be breathing, so it will keep on breathing because we have perforated, these metal panels. And this is how, you get a light through. Wherever we didn't want, we had not put a perforation, but wherever we wanted, we have put a perforation. But the panels are all from complete floor. This is how we enter into the building. And this is our lobby. And you see these perforated panels allows you to see through and yet keep, the insects out, allowing greenery to be seen, air to pass through. And see, this is the atrium which works here, okay? And we have got a solar panel on top with a good natural light coming down underneath. You can see how the light falls in the middle. And this is where the light is drawn in. But at the same time, we have put one water cooler which is integrated with the shafts created on the side. So you can tap the cool air and go into each and every space. So you are supplying cool air into the entire building. And because we put a perforated net outside, what happens is the cool air supplies here creates a kind of a positive pressure, puts the hot air out. And in winter it works other way around, that you put the cool air out and you allow the chimney effect happening here to hot air escaping out. Somehow it's the whole air passive cooling system keep on happening with the natural light within the building, and it's a drama which you enjoy throughout the day while you work here. That's the amphitheater, and that's the studio where you see that. These are all libraries which are created on the wall while you come up and down. That's the door to the studio, but how the library is used, you can see that. That's the space on the south side where the perforated mesh allows air to come in, and we put a sliding glass, frameless glass, only when we need to control, the air supply, or keep, in case if required, to close the sound level, and so this is how it has been used. Concrete walls are left purely as a foam finish concrete, so that, but it's nicely lit so that we help and appreciate concrete, as a material to be seen. The flooring is all in a tandoor natural stone. And no actually brick masonry is done because all the divisions are made either by glass or by the furniture in it. And that's the studio where we settle down to work. And this is how it looks in the evening. And the entire roof is basically covered by the solar panel, which basically helps building to generate energy, which is almost covering about 70 to 80% of energy has been consumed and offsetted by the in-grid solar panels. And we planted trees and plants in a way that all rooms are basically facing some kind of a greenery there. This is the sentence which is written in the entrance of my office, and that's something which yesterday Arundhati madam was asking me, okay, what is the meaning of Tao? So I said, okay, I'll put this sentence so that everybody knows what Tao stands, for which we chosen our name of practice. Thank you very much, everybody, for patiently, silently keeping this. Okay, thank you. everybody. Thanks to the team operating, the work here. Thanks to my team, I would like to appreciate my office team has come here, who will help me to put up a presentation. Yash, Durgesh, yeah, and Channu. Yes. Can you just raise up so that people know that you've been here? Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody. And I must thank Arundhati ma'am, Sagar, Prakash, and Aniket, Vinayak, and there are so many friends I can see here, who've been very kind to spend time with me. And the way they have invited, the warm invite was very good for me to come here and experience what Sangli stands for. ABCA stands for, ABCAAA stands for, okay. And I must appreciate the new logo. It's something which is very progressive. Okay? This is also a good sign of a progressive institution, that you are updating yourself with the time. And I must appreciate the entire institution for that. Thank you very much. Sorry to take a little extra time, but I couldn't stop, okay? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful, provoking, and inspiring presentation. Your insights have undoubtedly enriched our understanding, and your words will stay with us as a source of motivation and learning. To express our heartfelt gratitude and respect, may I kindly invite Architect Abhishek Vora to present a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together as Architect Manish Bankar is felicitated for their exceptional contribution. I request Walchand Saugle to felicitate Sirs Vicky Patil, Durgesh Chaudhary, Chanu Patil and Yash Divane. I request them to please come forward. Delighted to announce that our esteemed guest of honor has arrived. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Architect Dwaipayan Chakravarti, whose presence truly elevates this occasion. I request Architect Vinayak Rasar to present a token of appreciation to Architect Dwaipayan Chakravarti. On, as we celebrate this grand occasion, it is vital to acknowledge and appreciate the support of who have helped make this event possible. Our sponsor, with their generosity and belief in our vision, has been instrumental in elevating this gathering to a new level. Today, we are honored to have with us representative from Stone Villa. With their commitment to excellence and community impact, Stone Villa continues to set an inspiring example for all. May I now request Mr. Swapnil Gowde from Stone Villa to kindly step forward and share their thoughts, vision and journey with us. So please welcome Mr. Swapnil Gowde with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon everyone. This is Swapnil Gowde from the proud founder of Stone Villa Designer Stone Gallery. First of all, I would like to thank you all the association member, Principal Madam Vategave, to giving me this opportunity to be present here and to present my presentation here. I will tell my story. Before starting Stone Villa, I used to work in one construction chemical company as a sales officer. Being part of various construction projects, I found that Western Maharashtra, other than Pune, is lacking in innovative, decorative, and architectural-based product which give aesthetical and beautiful look to their projects. So, in 2017, this idea came in my mind, and I started Stone Villa that time. We started Stone Villa with 200 square foot showroom on Madhavnagar Road. And now on 2025, we have 10,000 square foot, 2 showrooms in Sangli with more than 10,000 successful clients, 7,000 successful project, and I have minimum order of 100 square foot to recently I have got a 25,000 square foot order of natural stone from Pune, and here now we are. These are the product we are dealing right now, which includes stone cladding, stone flooring, brick cladding, stone articles and pebbles, terracotta jali, roofing tiles, artificial cladding, stone installation chemicals. We not only these are the products. The intention behind this is the area is lagging behind this kind of product, so that's why I'm selling this kind of product. Our vision is to become one of the top 3 companies in this sector in Maharashtra, who, in this sector Maharashtra within next 5 years. And our mission is to provide beautiful, innovative and eco-friendly designs that elevate spaces, providing customized solution and expert consultancy to bring our clients' aesthetic vision to life. So if you see that there is other companies in the market, so you will see why us, means why I should buy it from Stone Villa or why I should suggest Stone Villa. So here is the reason. We not only sell the decorative architect based innovative product, but we want to become a member of your partner in a dream creation. We want to give a solution after sales also. You have to just select the product, and other thing is you have to step to us. Don't worry about the other things after the purchasing the material. We are ready to take care of everything. We are providing innovative and unique products with customized designs and solution. Most of our products are eco-friendly. We are not the only seller, we are the solution provider and problem solver. Our service area is Maharashtra, Karnataka and Goa. These are the residing states to Maharashtra. In this area, we can give a service of our material. We can supply this material in this area. As well as more than 500 square foot area, we can give application and fitting services also. So, on this honor and on this special occasion, we are offering to all the architects the special 10% incentive on every purchase you made with us, as well as special gifts and domestic tour packages. So I kindly request you to come explore our showroom and experience everything we have to offer firsthand. Here are some pictures, the material we sell and the projects we have done. This is the stone cladding we have done, the stone flooring. We are also supplying roofing tiles in terracotta as well as concrete. Most of this product you can use for villa resort. In these premises, beside this building, the guest house building is going on of this company. And if you see there, our work is going on, the brick cladding and terracotta jali we have supplied, and the work is still going on. If you are going to take your car there, you can see how the work is going on, how we are taking care of that, our product and services. As well as we provide the adhesive for this solution, stone fitting, stone coating, terracotta jali, roofing tile, the fitting work which are required, that we also supply or give the service. These are our prestigious client. In Pune, the Shiv Srishti, the one of the Asia's biggest historical theme park is going on, where we have supplied a 25,000 square foot basalt stone, and the application work is, we are taking the responsibility of that application work is also we are doing. In Kadegaon, Wangi, there is former minister, late Dr. Patangrao Kadam's smarak was built there. I have supplied there 10,000 square foot stone and fitting work. With the help of Wategawa madam in the Vasantada Patil Medical, Ayurvedic Medical College, we have supplied stone cladding. Thank you madam for giving me this opportunity. Architect Pramod Sogle sir, Parikh and Associates are most of my prestigious client. And recently in Lonavala, there is one tranquil Paramount Resort. The resort project is going on. There is also we have supplied natural stone. We have 2 branches in Sangli, one in Kolhapur Road, near 100 feet road, front of Uday Bhojanalay, and one is on Madhavnagar Road. Through these 2 showrooms, we giving service across Maharashtra, Karnataka and Goa. I can say in Marathi that पाहणारे प्रेमातच पडतील अशा सुंदर घरासाठी स्टोन विला. So once again I would like to thank you everyone to giving me this opportunity. Thank you, and feel free to ask if any question is there. You can ask me. Okay. Thanks a lot.
It is often said that true success is built on collaboration and support. Today's event would not have been possible without the invaluable support of our esteemed sponsors. The sponsorship from Stone Villa has played a vital role in making the celebration a grand success. To honor and thank Mr. Swapnil Gowde, may I kindly invite architect Sunil Netue to present the moment of appreciation on behalf of our institution. Let's join our hands together to express our gratitude to Stone Villa for their unwavering support. Proceeding further, as we gather here to celebrate this special occasion, it is truly an honor to welcome a distinguished personality whose achievements and values reflect the spirit of this event. The presence of such an eminent individual as our guest of honor adds grace and inspiration to our gathering today. Architect Dwaipayan Chakravarti has graciously taken time out of their busy schedule to be with us today. Their journey is a source of inspiration. May I now request Architect Kishori Mohite to kindly introduce our esteemed guest of honor to the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my immense pleasure to introduce a visionary professional who has dedicated his career to shaping urban landscape and enhancing design through an innovative and site-sensitive approach. Please join me in welcoming architect and urban designer Dwaipayan Chakravarti, fondly known as DC. DC is distinguished alumnus of prestigious TBB School of Habitat Studies, Delhi, and completed his post-graduation in distinction in urban design from SPA, Delhi. In 2005, his illustrious career began in Kolkata under the mentorship of renowned architect Prabir Mitra. Since 2005, DC has called Pune his professional home, where he has worked with some of the most reputed organizations in the field, including the Council of Architecture at NISA and Associated Space Designer Private Limited, leading large-scale projects like Nanded City and Life Republic. Currently working as a junior partner at VK Architecture in Pune, DC leads a variety of multidisciplinary projects, including residential housing, IT campuses, and large integrated townships. His work reflects a refined and responsive design approach that balances the urban context with real estate needs. Beyond his professional accomplishments, DC is a dedicated academician and urban activist. He has been part of Council of Architecture expert panels evaluating architectural education in India and frequently delivers guest lectures and workshops in leading architectural schools across Pune. As Program Secretary of the Institute of Urban Designer India and a core member of sustainability initiatives, DC has been an advocate for urban sustainability and environmental enhancement. Today we are privileged to have DC with us to share his invaluable insights and experiences. His focus on weaving a compelling design narrative in large-scale, complex projects makes him a true master of his craft. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join me in giving a warm welcome to architect Vaipan Chakravarti, and he takes the stage to enlighten with his expertise and vision. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. So तुम्हाला कळलं असेल की मला सगळे DC म्हणतात. So thank you. I'd like to, I'm sorry I came in late. I left early in the morning, but खूप वेळ लागला इथे पोचायला. I missed half of your presentation, but whatever I could saw, Manisha, always a pleasure. Wonderful to see that level of work, that level of detailing. Thank you, Arundhati Madam, and all the faculty for making such a wonderful arrangement. When I actually thought that I would be invited to come for an alumni meet discussion, I thought it would be a small, intimate affair, but there are so many people here, students, of course, ex-students. I thought there would be more of young architects, but there are also not so young architects also here, so lots of people here. It is indeed a privilege for me to share some time. मी प्रयत्न करतो पुढच्या अर्धा तासात संपवायला. मला माहिती सगळ्यांनी मिसळ खाल्लेलं आहे सकाळी आणि लंच ऑलमोस्ट तयार आहे. सो आय विल ट्राय टू फिनिश दिस ऑफ ॲज बेस्ट एज आय कॅन. थँक्यू. सो बिकॉज आय हॅड प्रिझ्युम्ड दॅट दिस इज गोइंग टू बी, and I do see quite a few young people here, I thought that I'll just kind of set out a tone of discussion, not just about what we do as a practice, but somehow where I felt that where we as architects could also contribute to the larger story. So don't worry, it is not going to be too preachy, I hope, but some aspects of that is also there. So right now I think the why I'm just kind of saying this is that we are at a particular span of time when there are lots of interesting things happening in India, in our cities, outside our cities. And architects, I mean, we are at the forefront of this entire situation where we can understand all these socio-economic changes and be a part of it. So, Sanglikars, there are so many people here. I think you have a lot of responsibility of how you can work bit by bit, whether you are adopting certain local practices, local materials, or taking part of a larger urban context in improving the world around your site, and then contributing to a larger whole where you're able to kind of contribute better to the city. So, sorry, introduction already zala hota, but we'll just rush through this. I have been part of these, quite a few of these large projects. I'm a partner at a company called VK Architecture, which was earlier Vishwas Kulkarni and Architects. It's about more than 50 years old. I actually, when I came to Pune, I was not so much a practicing architect. I was at the back end of architectural education. So I helped set up National Institute of Advanced Studies in Architecture at that time, and even how that national aptitude test in architecture should be. So for the first 2.5, 3 years of my life, I was more into architectural education, but not necessarily teaching, but part of the back end of it along with Council of Architecture before I moved on to, let's say, larger master planning projects. So I think when I'm speaking to the Alumni Association, which has arranged this so well, I think many of you are in Sangli, all of you, a lot of us are probably in Maharashtra. A lot of my work that I have been doing, or a lot of our work that we have been doing has primarily been in Maharashtra. And, but most of us, apart from the few people who have had the opportunity to go outside, we remain committed to India and her story. So I just wanted to put that little perspective of what is India up to now. Everyone is saying that India is shining. India is shining from an economic perspective, from various policies and things that are happening on the world stage and in India's stage. We are seeing that there has always been a definitive movement forward. We are probably seeing a slightly more accelerated growth, a more specific effort to make India shine on a larger stage. At least more is being talked about it, definitely. And we are also seeing certain benefits in terms of projects, infrastructure projects that are happening throughout the country. So we are holding our own in various aspects, which means that all this growth is kind of having a tremendous impact on all our cities. Pune is somehow not mentioned here, but we are seeing a tremendous growth in all our cities that we have been, that we have seen over the last decades, and this is expected only to accelerate further in the coming years. So, if you actually see the level of urban population that you actually see, this is from various data that is kind of happening both district-wise and in terms of population. You are able to see a huge percentage which is getting more and more urbanized throughout India. I work primarily in Pune. Now in Pune we have seen a tremendous, so for example I work in a company where there's let's say a large part of our project is also real estate projects, which means that we have also been seeing the real estate trends. What is supply, what is the demand, what is the absorption in various sectors, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. The year-on-year growth of Pune's real estate market has been phenomenal. The number of registrations, so there are various measures and data points in which this is seen. Pune is now definitely leading the pack in terms of all other cities in India, in terms of the number of houses sold, number of houses being created, and number of registration done. So nothing less than 15%. There has also been, last year between 23 to 24, there was a 57% rise in the number of registrations. So not just the people who have booked a home, who have committed to that home and hence registered for that this thing. This is a very, very major point in how the real estate segment evaluates their own success. Which means this is people, the simple indicator of this is that post-COVID and of all other things, people are wanting not just to invest in homes, but to actually stay in homes, buy homes for their home. From moving from the rental market into an actual homes, which means there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure that also needs to be created. That, unfortunately, is not at par with the number of building that is happening. So, while housing might be happening, we are seeing that there's a tremendous disparity in the amount of, let's say, the context that is being created around it. I know that I am both a perpetrator of this situation and also a victim of this situation. I have recently bought a home that I know that the home is wonderful. I love the amenities that are there. There's a swimming pool, infinity pool and everything. There is no public transport. We are still relying on tanker water and there is no further infrastructure there. Like I said, Manisha showed that wonderful bungalow in Pashan. When you say that blue home, that blue sky is probably not there anymore. I would have probably contributed to that demise in some extent, perhaps. But I think as architects and urban designers, once we take our role, our thinking, understand that the things that you have been taught in wonderful colleges such as ABC, and there are so many other colleges throughout India, is that we are taught sociology, we are taught economics, we do understand the environment. With all that knowledge that is coming, we are somehow concentrating a lot of our work into just that part of our building that the client has provided for us. There might be some of you who have that opportunity, that particular, you're able to speak well, you're able to write well, you're able to have that certain level of activism by which you're able to kind of take that thought and utilize it to its maximum potential to discuss with clients, to discuss with policymakers, to discuss with the government who are actually keen, but sometimes they also require support from technical people like us to make things happen, which is primarily the part that I want to talk to you today. So this is the question that I literally asked. This is the question that I ask probably to young architects in my team. I handle 3 or 4 teams in my office. That if you've done this project very good, sellable बैठ गया, FSIB हो गया, parking का थोड़ा problem है, manage कर लेंगे. But what are the larger things that we are able to kind of do? What are the things have you at least thought about to make something slightly better, not just for that community, but for the place around it? We need to continue asking these questions, whether we are a hardcore commercial practice, or we are a boutique practice, even perhaps if some of you are flourishing in interior design or some very specific aspect like healthcare or otherwise as well. I think that is where our role lies, that is where we are meant to be. So this is the part where it starts from thinking, and we are contributing to that part of the city. We are not just impacting what is done in our side boundary, but we are part of this larger impact of the micro and the macro. This is what happens when you are, seeing these things, when you are part of this scenario that there is a world around you. How do you react to it? The only way that we probably react to it is that तिथे काहीतरी घाण slums आहे, तुम्ही तिथे windows नाही ठेवलेला आहे. That is not the reaction that I'm talking about. What can you do to make this slightly better? So as I feel that as an urban designer, we can be, working largely for the public realm, and this is where we sometimes start coming with urban design. I'm saying this because we are at the conjunction of urban planning, architecture, and landscape. We try to, shuffle around these things. And one of the ways which I want to talk about this thing is that we have the capacity or the consideration to work with the government on public projects as well. And I think the time is appropriate now. It has been appropriate for some time since, that mix up a little of your practice to work on larger projects which are government projects, and the government is actually thinking, or parts of the government is literally thinking about various things which could improve the larger urban realm. So this is something that we realized as a company. So we are now in our 52nd year. Like any practice in Pune, it started off छोटे-छोटे bungalows, some interiors, मग 2-3 housing schemes, कधीतरी एक 5 एकरचं टाउनशिप मिळालं तेव्हा. So we've all grown through that aspect. मग एक commercial project, त्याला mall म्हणायचे, 30,000 square foot असेल तरी. We would do all these things, and over the last 5 or 7 years, consciously, we have been trying to make a larger pitch that the way that we are kind of moving, we want to kind of move, कुठेतरी गेलाय मी, गंडलाय मी. चुकून ह्याच्यात ऑटो हे करून ठेवलं होतं. अरे. So they have various things that are kind of, अरे हालतच नाही आहे. Sorry. I'm just going to change the auto animation thing, so just bear with me for 1 second. एक मिनिट, मी करतोच इथे. अहो मी करतो, तुम्ही काही करू नका. तरी हालतोय का? I don't know. So in my situation, the surprise that actually came to me while interacting with government officials is that very often, many of the higher ranking officials, the people that we are interacting with, they are well traveled, they are well read, and they are valuing design. It is surprising the amount of design expectation that they are actually having of us, where they, it is not that situation where they're coming up with a huge amount of architects on a panel to evaluate a design. But still, when we are presenting a project, we are actually having design discussions. They are asking, okay, what is the thing about the urban design that you have considered here? Have you thought about signages and that aspect? Where is the sustainability, this thing coming in? Are we challenging us that can we move towards net zero? I don't have half of my real estate clients asking about these things. So this is the kind of change that I have probably seen in various stakeholders throughout in the government. And when I say government, I do not just mean the government. I also mean things like the public sector undertakings are well, which are fundamentally government-funded companies. Of course, there are state companies like MADA and PWD through which we are working, but all these PSUs that you see, they're board of directors, they're CEOs, they talk in corporate language, they demand that the project be successful. And when I say successful, it means design-wise successful, successful for the brief that it is, and also financially successful. So we are getting into more and more interesting discussions with government and PSU in this aspect. What is important here is, the good thing about working with these situations is that you when you're working with an individual client, or let's say a hospital client or a real estate client, you're always, there is that thing की तो शेवटचं तो 20% कदाचित मिळणार नाही. काही ना काहीतरी गोंधळ आहे, ते खूप मागे पडावा लागतो. With the government, you do the due process. In all these situations, I have not had a scenario where the fees do not come. It takes its time, it requires a certain amount of paperwork, but my pipeline is assured. What is important for young architects and middle, not so young, every architect that here, that we require a set of technical qualifications that are necessary in order to get these projects. Now, if you actually see, there are almost 400 public sector undertakings. Right, now public sector undertakings would be like, Indian Oil, LIC, RITES, all of these companies. Most of them are tremendously profit-making companies. They are run, only 67 of them, say 67 of them are in the BAC, and they contribute 8.33% of close to about 5,000 companies that are in the BAC. So if you see that percentage, you'll realize how successful these companies are. And why it matters that just like you are making development, business development pitches with individual clients, it is sometimes important that you're also looking out in the newspaper and other ways for tender submissions for projects with PSUs. So, even though we are 50 years old, like I said, any architectural company, it takes a while to create that amount of, what should I say, that credibility. That credibility not ki are tani bharpur projects kelele, but the credibility in the sense that yes, we have our paperwork in place. Magche 10 varshaचं सगळं, everything is in one company, CA attested. We have the bank statements to do for that. We have a certain amount of money there in the bank that we can do for EMDs and things like that. And apart from the type of projects that we are doing, we have enough people and strength by which we can service all those things. So that took a while, which is why it took us, in a 50-year journey, it probably took us the last 10 years to realize that, compiling all these things and then become eligible for such things. But even for companies and individuals who are, of course, not that old, it is a very important tool that you start collaborating at this stage itself. You do not need to be probably the lead member in such a collaboration, but when you're working with larger companies, BK Architecture, we always collaborate. We have no shame, and we find it a matter of pride, as a matter of fact, that if we are working on a project that we do not know about, it is all right that we speak to a master or someone and say that, sir, you have done multiple hospitals and medical colleges. We have not done so many things, but we would love to understand the healthcare domain. Can we work with you? We do not require the design credit. We want to just help you do the GFCs and drawings, environmental clearance, because our company also does a lot of that. We did a couple of them, and now finally we are in a state of comfort where the government and us, both of us feel that, you know what, त्यांना आपण अजून त्यांना directly we केलं एक project देऊ शकतो. That took us 6 years, 7 years of learning. We are probably still learning. But you have to start in that collaboration model. What I will show you just over the next couple of slides is a couple of examples, projects that we have done, or we have bid for, decisions pending, or even projects that we have not won. The qualification of some of these projects, and that I have not looked at main architectural projects, I have talked about the projects which have a slightly larger impact on the cityscape or in the urban realm. हा मध्ये आला होता, मागच्या वर्षीच आला होता. नागपूर इथे नागपूरकर कोणी आहे? One hand. So recently, so Nagpur has always been very, what should I say, politically dominant ki kaitari karayla paije. And one of the things that came up last year was that cotton market redevelopment karuya, which is just, next to the station and something. We bid for that part, and the Maharashtra State Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, again, one of those kind of undertakings that is created, specifically created and tasked through specific funding to do mega projects. So this is where cotton market is. I was hoping ki koni nasna ithe Nagpurcha, don't criticize it too much. So this is where we are, a very dominant area in Nagpur. We were quickly asked to look at the entire aspect, that there is a vegetable market, wholesale market, parking, and how can we actually redefine all these aspects? What is the impact that we will have on the surrounding area? Ultimately, the task that was asked of us was architectural, that we had to design buildings of specific aspects. And then this is what we then came out with during the presentation. As you can see, this is an area which is spanning close to about 17 acres, 17 and a half acres, where we have sports buildings, school buildings. So it is a very mixed development. There's an office building, there's a residential building and an auditorium. So what it is, like a city block development. It was such an interesting project. We didn't win it, but what I'm saying is that as architects, these are the only opportunities that you would be able to kind of participate, think about, and do such projects. नाहीतर कुठे मिळेल? कोण देणार तुम्हाला असं directly projects? असं होत नाही. You have to be part of these, see what is happening, go to these sites, and then make something interesting out of it. Make that attempt. And if your design aspects do come through, if your qualification is good enough, I would say that in most projects, you have something close to about anything between about, there are of course competitors as well, but you have something close to about a 25 to 30% chance of winning that project, which I feel is as good as any. The amount of business development, unless people are actually walking in through your studio and saying that mala tumhala kaam dayche, the projects that we want to do, whatever the project, effort dawa lagto. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. So this is one of those projects that we enjoyed working. Because ours is a multidisciplinary company, we have architectural, environment, interiors, landscape, structural, sorun baki sagrats almost ahe. Which has also developed because as a company we are providing that sort of one-stop services and people are demanding that more from us. But what is happening is that between the teams, what is happening is very interesting discussions are happening, communication is happening, and then these are the type of projects which then allows us to have those discussions where a young architect who's barely graduated, just 2-3 years into the profession, is able to be a part of a project like this and see where it leads. He or she is able to discuss with the road consultant, with the landscape consultant, and see what happens. So I'm not actually taking you through so much of the design nitty-gritties itself, but I'm just showing you the type of projects that kind of come up. This is a design competition that I think maybe some of you have done this. Have any of you done this? The Council of Architecture project on the walls, so which we also competed for. So they had said that if this is national highway and you have all these something is after that. I don't know what's happening. So, National Highway Authority, they wanted a scenario to how to have innovative walls which are necessary for soundproofing specific areas and also to provide certain amount of protection. It was an idea competition. So, which then they worked with Council of Architecture to do it in a proper method. So we also keep participating in these kind of competitions as well. So this is not a tender project, this is an architectural competition project, which becomes interesting because then we get the young people actually interested. Otherwise we are doing those 2 BHKs, 3 BHKs and parking and everything day in and day out. But here we are able to think something about, understanding what is happening in other places, get into actual details, look at various options of how it could change. Here there was an idea, So by any chance the PDF आहे का? मी PDF हाँ? Can you just open the PDF? मला तो उगाच असते काही होणार नाही. Full screen करू शकतात? Better, thank you. So we also actually thought that since India along the highways is largely agricultural, a lot of the places that you can have is agricultural. So we thought that we could take agricultural byproducts from the surrounding areas, work with local contractors and create agro walls. So agro wall as a material could also act as a nice buffer, easy to erect, plus promotes local, a local economy here. Apart from that, wherever required, we could have, interesting, digital walls, colored walls and other things as well. The idea was to do a project that would work with economies along the corridor, enable them, do a design scheme, and then it could work with them. So we looked at all these kind of, so this was the presentation thing that was sent, that we had these typologies of construction. We looked at how it would be erected, what is the ecological footprint of these walls, and one of those things, like we understand that, like for example from Delhi going right down to Maharashtra in this corridor, we knew that various zones have various types of agricultural produce. So we could take those different produce and then create different walls along that. An idea competition. I think we got special mention in this. We did not win this particular one. But are you moving this? Tumi halotat ka? This is a few years back, probably just I think 1 or 2 years back. We worked on with the PWD on the entire integrated master plan for Pandharpur. So recently the government came up with various projects which are major religious towns, and they wanted an integrated development master plan for these areas. What has happened in most religious towns is Prachin Mandir ahe, Ajubaju Dukano, an economy has been created along that, kaitari, wari, some major events. And then these towns get activated probably only about 4 or 5 times a year. Pandharpur as a case ahe, of course all of you would know about it, that it is literally active 15 days out of 365. The entire economy of that town, as important as it is just based on those 15 days. So that means in 15 days, a cumulative certain amount, say about, over 15 days, something close to about 60 lakh people go to Pandharpur, while in the remaining 350 days, we probably have nothing more than about 1 lakh of people going to Pandharpur. So how do you do a sort of a city which has such conflicting travel plans? And what do you do with the actual design of something which expands so much? The government was very intentful because they loved what had happened with Banaras. We all may have conflicting opinions of what has happened at the ghats over there, but they wanted a situation that आपण मंदिरला अजून प्रॉमिनन्स देऊ, घाटपर्यंत प्रॉपरली आपण नदीपर्यंत आणूया. Let us widen that corridor so that it can be seen better and look at how we can revitalize the entire economy. So we did various case studies in these places, at Varanasi, at Ujjain and things like that, understanding आधी काय होतं, नंतर काय झालेलं आहे, what is the impact, what are the local people also talking about, and what was the main issue point with what the government is considering as a success, but the local people have very mixed reactions too. So when you do such urban level rejuvenation plans, it is very important to keep your ear to the ground, understand the brief that is coming, but to keep your ear to the ground and understand what the people are actually demanding, not just the visitors, because पंढरपूरला प्रत्येकांनाच claim आहे, प्रत्येकांचाच तो मंदिर आहे. It is a very important temple, but the people of Pandharpur also have a say in this thing. So, of course, the temple, we defined the actual precinct. There was no precinct really well defined for that particular temple. The temple just seemed to happen in the city all around it. So it was important for us to define the temple along the Pradakshina Marg and everything, and then work on plans. We used software to understand what the actual simulation would be, where are the major pinch points, and to understand what the actual movement of people is. The large amount of people movement is actually surprisingly coming less from the ghat, more from the back of the city. The Warkaris who go to Pandharpur very often, some of them, the lakhs of people who go, the yatra is important. They go somewhere, Durum Shikhar Dislo, Namaskar, they are back. That journey is more important than actually going to the temple perhaps itself, which is a very interesting way of how you look at a temple in a city. We of course wanted to enhance the heritage core and the religious core of this place. We wanted an annual tourism plan that needed to be kind of developed for this area. We thought that would be better for the citizens and the people as well, and take slightly lesser stress of things like toilets, sanitary, water requirements, parking requirements, and of course during the Wari that is there, what is the infrastructure facilities. So again, the entire project was done in terms of the temple precinct, the rivers, ghats and the landscapes, and also buildings, infrastructure and actual Wari management, including darshan mandap, skywalks, kind of a command center for this entire thing. So a large amount of development work had gone into this. This is just one of the images that we created as part of what we envisaged as this plan would be. So again, I'm saying that within our company we have urban, environmental, interiors and everything. We got a chance for about 1 month. For about 1 month, we had like 20 people working, discussing day, night. We were talking religiosity, we were discussing heritage, we were talking about construction techniques, we were talking about how the landscape in the river needs to be, we were talking about lighting at this scale. What a wonderful opportunity. So just the fact that as a Punekar, as an architect, we get such opportunities too. And like I said, the PWD chief engineer is asking that I want the urban design guidelines and the regulations for this place as well, of how do we do heritage control. So these kind of discussions are very important to us. One of our mainstays somehow which got appreciated was that we looked at in situ redevelopment for the people who are displaced because of this. So that idea was there, that we will widen this corridor. When I widen this corridor, then sagra dukan wale nighun jatat, and there's a tremendous amount of displacement. So while doing this entire master plan and widening and keeping some of the major conservation worthy structures as well, which is this entire stretch that you actually see here. As you can see, now things are much wider. There's a certain amount of uniformity in this area, but we looked at volumetric understanding and we realized that shops, if it is just better managed and better designed, then they can be kept slightly far away, just slightly offset, but with better visibility. We understood that the people's requirement that they wanted to be part of the corridor. तुम्ही त्यांना काढून उचलून बाहेर कुठे ठेवलं तर तो चालणार नाही. So how do we do in situ redevelopment of people was a very important aspect of this. Of course, there were, it was not just the temple precinct, it was all these ghats, parks, landscape. It was a tremendous effort that we did. This is what I was saying, that, where we try to understand which are the types of the shops and the, community welfare that is there, and how do we perhaps organize it, densify it in a particular manner, while keeping it in the same place, providing necessary infrastructure, parking requirements, and more. These were, I think, some of the visual, or one of the visual that we're seeing. The entire presentation of that itself would be about 250 pages. Similarly, we did something for Jyotiba Temple as well at Kolhapur. Gela Asil, so this is of course one of those wonderful pictures that we have in this area that we have there. When that happens, everyone is just throwing those colors and it is pink all around. But the situation otherwise is quite sad. That entire plateau is overdeveloped. There is no chance for expansion. And tremendously, it is an unsafe place in a way that, it is not. Tomorrow if something happens, the disaster management protocols for such a situation just do not exist. So, of course, sometimes we also rely on a tokenism. Some architects said that let us have Maharashtra's largest tower there, Deepma. And I said, okay, let's try that as well. So sometimes we also play with a little bit of tokenism in just creating that entire axis, and at the end of the thing that would be there. Some of the objectives were quite similar. We also then broke it down further. We looked at the existing land use of this entire plateau top. We understood where the actual situation is. This was not really available to us in terms of mapping, so we had to kind of understand it from our own perspective. We understood that what are the strategies that are required for relocation and rehabilitation in the primary temple corridor. And then what we created was more of mixed-use development, pushing certain things aside, and then residential development there. So again, the intervention was there not just as at a kind of an architecture or an idea level. There are certain things that has to be happening at an urban planning, literally a development plan level as well, which then creates a slightly better opportunity for opening this up and as you move into the temple complex. We looked at the street networks, the entire interconnectivity of other activities that would be there to make a more cohesive tourism master plan for this thing. There were various things that was there. There was also we introduced, there was a ropeway to Panharagad also towards that side, which was introduced. So again, one of the ideas was to look at this place in such a way that we have more activities throughout the year and we have a better consistent economy. The side section was also very interesting because the temple was actually in one of the more lowest areas. Very often the temple is in the highest place. So here the entire hill of course is there and there's the plateau, but when you go to the plateau, the temple is coincidentally at its lowest place. So it was a very interesting, when you understand these things, you kind of reinvent yourself as an architect and see what works and what doesn't work. This has been working for hundreds of years. We have been, again, part of the government's kind of idea to kind of better our temples in large this thing. This is with PWD Sindhudurg, that in Devgarh there is a temple called Gajba Devi. And there are, of course, we know that in the Konkan areas there are multiple temples of various importance. We worked on 2 or 3 of them. This is one project which is currently underway. The construction has started. And these are all the kind of wonderful architecture that you get to see in this region. Our idea was not to uproot any amount of the architecture, but just to create a level of landscape around the architecture that would enhance that and facilitate that experience, and also have a better connection of the temple with the ocean, which is just surrounding it. So the current Gajba Devi temple is there. That is what you see. the entrance to the temple right in the middle. It has a beautiful, from the inside, you have that wonderful view of the ocean over there. And apart from that overlook, it kind of ends there. It has, of course, a social and spiritual importance, but we felt that we could probably expand that experience further. So we decided to kind of work with the topography and that area, create some new areas which could be better organized with parking, with landscape, keeping the temple and the complex intact in its place, and create an opportunity for you to also then come down and experience the ocean in a different way. Of course, this is part of a larger tourism master plan, so there is things for infrastructure, water sports. The light and sound show was their idea. I do not really know how much that will be a success. Well, some ideas you need to incorporate. So again, you start then kind of creating, again, this is part of a very large presentation where we got into the history and stories of Gajba Devi temple, and you try to understand certain stories and narratives that we try to weave in to the landscape development of this. We then not only extended it to the seashore, but we decided to take it even further, created a sort of a kind of a jetty onto the ocean. We studied certain parameters of the ocean. We realized that this is a reasonably protected bay area. We do not have major issues over this. And then these are the kind of areas that start getting created. Now this is actually being done now at Gajba Devi. And then you start interacting with nature and the environment in different ways. So that not taking away from the wonderful thing that you experience from the temple itself while looking out, but now you have multiple opportunities to just sit in a place, enjoy that spiritualness of nature, and then move on. I think this is my last little project that I'm showing. We also participated in another competition done by Council of Architecture along with the Ministry of Railways, I think, what MORTH is, this thing, Traffic and Highways. So where they wanted to create an intermodal station at Katra, Jammu. The interesting story was that they had already floated a tender. The tender was awarded to an architect. And as it was being done and developed, like I said, again that question of design that came in, the architect qualified on the best case scenario for that design and the technical competency. But the actual, the people and the government and this thing, unko wo design acha nahi laga. So they had a discussion and they said that why don't you contact Council of Architecture and get an idea competition on design, independent of what the other architect has done. If the design is interesting, if the idea, so this is again design ideas competition. It was not so much about the architecture, it was about putting various things, this thing. If the idea is interesting enough, we can incorporate that into the design or ask the architects then to take it ahead. So imagine a tender that was awarded was again re-scrutinized for a purpose where someone felt that the design is not nice. The word was design, not capability or anything else. So this is a competition that we bid for, very much like competition sheets that various students and young architects would be working on. We call this Parivartanam, and we worked with how the railway station was coming, the highway, the bus station. We looked at dramatic ideas, why these shapes are this. It has its own various stories of mimicking the mountains and creating various interesting open spaces inside and outside. We took examples from various case studies of award-winning projects throughout the world to see how this could work. There was a nala or an odha, what we would say an odha actually running through it. The earlier architect had, I think, just sealed it off, Hume pipes, 12 se 3. we thought that this is an interesting place and we should integrate that as part of the design. So, certain aspects were created and arrangement of buildings done accordingly. So the entire integration from the larger urban aspect, again, a very large project. This is like a 35 acre sort of a project of development that is being done in that place. We looked at these things. A lot of the architecture was not so precise. The sections were something that we were looking at along with the views. So we looked at the flow chart and everything, the journey, destination, how these, what happens is that when you come to an intermodal transit hub, that means someone has come by an auto, they need to take a bus. From that bus, they'll probably need to catch a train which connects them to Delhi. It is a confusing place. So we wanted to understand how we could integrate that in a campus and understanding that each of these things are run by various independent entities. The railways would be different, looking at something else, or RLDA will be looking at that. The Jammu bus station would be run by a separate entity, and yet we needed to create an intermodal transit hub of that. So this is something that we did. We won first prize in this competition for this. They really liked our design. And currently it is still in evaluation of how to incorporate that. Now that we've liked the design, how do we really incorporate that into the actual project? I'll just run through this. This is at Janpath, at Bhubaneswar, also part of the smart cities thing. We also, our company, we also worked in the street development as well. So again, this is like what probably classic urban design would be, that there is an existing wide street and you really need to find ways of how to make it interesting further. And lots of materiality. We worked closely with the contractor there to see how this is done, from materials to plants and everything that was done. And now this project is now complete. And this entire 5-kilometer stretch is complete. And recently, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has called this as one of the top 6 people-centric places in India. So this is also something that, apart from, let's say, all the architecture that we do, an actual project that we bid for in design, and we could do. So I think what I'm trying to say is that the role of the master architect is redundant for a while now. We need to be working in collaboration. If you have projects which require larger urban needs, you need to be working, just like you work with so many other consultants, you need to probably be working with an urban designer. As necessary, you need to be working with a heritage or a conservation architect. As required, you need to be working with a transportation planner as well. If you're looking at these kind of urban scale projects, which is extremely interesting and fulfilling, you need to be working with an urban designer. I am a part of IUDI, and this is where a fraternity of urban designers exist in India. We are trying to make ourselves more and more accessible to architects and companies, to stakeholders and governments as well, so that just like these urban programs, these thoughts and processes can be better incorporated with the right people, working in conjunction with architects and landscape architects. So in conclusion, what I just want to say to, let's say, more younger architects here is that please do consider working for government or government-funded projects, just like you work for end users and real estate clients. Financially, it makes sense. I mean, I'm saying it literally, just as a businessman to possible businessman, that kind of a thing. Just like you would not put all your eggs in one basket. When you have certain clients which are end user clients, certain maybe real estate companies and certain things, you're working with the government, your equity, debt and everything is well assured. And while you're doing so, even just because if you do get the opportunity to work on an actual important project of national repute, please be humble to understand that it is your taxpayers' money and someone's money that is going there. You have a responsibility to the environment, to the material that you're using. There can be 1,000 crore project, but work with the responsibility to see how that project can actually make a better difference. Those who are possibly not are urban designers or wish to be urban designers, these were just some of the case examples to show that yes, even architectural companies are working in the urban domain, and we would love to have urban designers join our fold so that we can talk about the public realm better. And we are this junction of India's growth story. I think especially for the next 10, 15 years, it is going to be tremendously exciting. Tremendously exciting. I can guarantee you that, for even though, you know, I come from Pune where there's lots of exciting things happening, but we're looking ahead at Mumbai, we're looking at Delhi, we're looking at India and the world. And I think the next 2 decades are going to be tremendously exciting for architects, for those who take that opportunity to do something exciting about it. So that's my thank you. So thank you everyone for patiently listening to me. And we'll talk more. My email and number is there with ma'am and the authority. Again, as always, we are always open to collaborations. We want to learn from you. We want to work with you as much as you would also probably enjoy working with us. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring presentation. Your words have not only enlightened us, but also left a lasting impression on everyone here. It is an honor to have learned from your wealth and experience and expertise. Your presence and valuable thoughts have elevated this event to a higher level. It has been an enriching experience for all of us to hear you today. To honor and express our gratitude to Architect Dwaipayan Chakravarti, may I kindly invite Architect Pratik Mehta to present a memento of appreciation as a token of our respect and admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause as we felicitate Architect Dwaipayan Chakravarti. Once again, we extend our deepest gratitude to you, Architect Dwaipayan Chakravarti, for your time, thoughts, and inspiring words. We look forward to your continued guidance and wish you great success in your endeavors. Thank you. Proceeding, the success of today's event is a reflection of strong support and commitment of our esteemed sponsors. Their generosity and belief in our vision have played a crucial role in making this gathering a memorable one. We are deeply grateful for their contributions and proud to honor them today. To celebrate their partnership and show our appreciation, we have the privilege of inviting our esteemed chief guest and guest of honor, Principal and Alumni Association President, to felicitate our sponsors. I may request you all to come on the dais. To do the honors, may I request Architect Manish sir to felicitate our sponsors. I request the representative of Hari Om to come on the dais. I request representative of Glory Interiors to come forward. Glory Interiors. I request the representative of Amrut Dhara, Geeta Interiors, Raj Furnishing, Vardhaman Enterprises, Satyam Ply, Wild West Woods, Om Furnishing, Global Reach, representative of Hindustan Garments, representative of ABCA, Engineer Sheetal Kautekar and Deepak Power Tools. We once again thank each of our sponsors for believing in our cause for their invaluable support. Thank you for being an essential part of today's event. Moving on, while today's event dazzles us with its success, we must take a moment to shine the spotlight on those whose tireless efforts and meticulous planning have made it all possible. Behind every great event is a committed and hardworking team, and the organizing committee and governing body have truly exceeded all expectations. I request you to wait on the dais to felicitate the body and organizing committee. To honor and recognize their tremendous efforts, may I kindly request Manish sir and Dwaipayan sir to felicitate the members of governing body and organizing committee. I would also request the members of committee to please come forward as I call your names. Architect Vinayak Rasal, President of Alumni Association. Of Alumni Association. I request you all to wait on the dais for a group photo. Architect Akanksha Chavan, Secretary of Alumni Association. Architect Aarti Suryavanshi, Treasurer of Alumni Association. I request you all to wait on the dais for group photo. Architect Omkar Shinde, Dr. Architect Arundhati Vategave, and Akash Pawar.
Now it's time to felicitate the committee members of Avartanam who have been working hard tirelessly for this event success. Architect Shrikant Gore. Architect Rajesh Sate. Architect Chantanu Jagtap. Architect Sunil Nitwe. Architect Sachin Konoje. Engineer Praveen Pise. Engineer Abhishek Navle. Architect Sunny Mehtar. Architect Pratiksha Jadhav. Architect Kishori Moite. Architect Pratiksha Jadhav. Engineer Abhishek Navle. Architect Pratiksha Zadav. Architect Kishori Moite. Architect Neha Thosar. Interior designer Komal Satpute. Architect Shreya Bavdekar. Architect Pranali Kulkarni. Architect Sushant Shersar. Architect Dilip Chaugule. Architect Neha Zadav. Architect Pradnya Magdum. Architect Neha Zadav. Architect Pradnya Magdum. Architect Neha Khoth. Architect Neha Khoth. Now we'll be having a photo session. First we'll be having the photo of body members of Alumni Association. Body members: Architect Vinayak Rasar Sir, who is the President, Architect Mayur Wagmare, Vice President, Architect Akanksha Chavan, Secretary, Architect Aarti Suryavanshi, Treasurer, Architect Omkar Shinde, member, our own principal, Dr. Architect Arundhati Vategave, and Akash Pawar. I request everyone. I also call upon Architect Prakash Zadav sir for the felicitation. I also request all the organizing committee to come forward because we'll be having a photo session along with the organizing committee as well. I request all the body members of Alumni Association to be on the dais for the photo session. I request the committee members of Avartanam to be on the stage for a photo. Architect Shrikant Gore, Architect Rajesh Sate, Architect Shantanu Jagtap, Architect Sunil Nitve, Architect Sachin Konoje, Engineer Praveen Pisesar, Engineer Abhishek Navle, Architect Sunny Mehtar, Architect Pratiksha Zadav, Architect Kishori Moite, Architect Neha Those, Interior Designer Komal Satpute, Architect Shreya Bavdekar, Architect Pranali Kulkarni, Architect Guddi Devi Sutar, Architect Dilip Chaugule, Architect Pratik Mehta, Architect Abhishek Vora, Architect Ashish Chinswade, Architect Volchand Chaugule, Architect Ankit Sharma, Architect Prithviraj Pawar, Architect Sarthak Patil, Architect Sushant Shersare, Architect Neha Zadav, Architect Pradnya Magdum, Architect Neha Khot. Once again, let us give a thunderous round of applause for all these remarkable individuals. Your efforts have not only made this event a grand success, but also inspired all of us with your spirit of commitment and collaboration. Thank you for your relentless dedication and may you continue to inspire and excel in your endeavors. Congratulations to all for this event. Can I please have a round of applause for all the committee members and our body members for hosting this event. This event wouldn't be possible without your hard work for this day. Thank you again. Thank you everyone. I request Dwaipyan Chakravarti sir to felicitate our sponsors. We'll be restarting our program at 3 o'clock. We are starting with the culturals now.
Now, as a part of ABC's active alumni, we are all here to build a balancing network and live in harmony in this shelter. We proudly call our alma mater.
We have an exciting lineup for you this afternoon, starting with cultural performances that will take you down the memory lane and perhaps make you wish you were back in the college.
Following that, we'll hear from our alumni and faculty, sharing their experiences and memories. And of course, we'll be honoring the hardworking student volunteers who made this event even possible.
So, without further ado, let's get started with the cultural program.
First up, we have Piyusha Yellati presenting a soulful Ganesh Vandana. Let's begin this event with a divine start and evoke blessings from a wonderful afternoon ahead.
गणराय तेरे बिना मैं आदि स्तुताय कहाँ चला मैं हे गणराय स्तुताय कहाँ चला मैं, आकार लेने लगा ख्वाब मेरा, साकार होते रुका ख्वाब मेरा। मेरे अधूरे काज कर दे तू पूरे आज, सारे दा पा मग सा दा नी पा। है जलता हर एक पल गला, हो है गणराय भबकता दिया हूँ, है बुझने लगा हौसला। कदम रुक न जाए कहीं झुक न जाए, ये सर जो कभी ना झुका। गणपति गणेश जय जय हे रंभ हो, मूल मंत्र एक तेरा नाम जो नमो नमो, तुमसे आरंभ सर्व तुम पे ही अंत हो, सत्य प्राण पुण्य का प्रमाण हो नमो नमो। एक दंत शौर्यवंत दीन के सहाय तुम, अष्ट नष्ट और दुष्ट दृष्टि के उपाय तुम, बुद्धिमान सिद्धिमान सर्वशक्तिमान हो, मूल मंत्र एक तेरा नाम जो नमो नमो।
That was a great performance. Thank you, Piyusha, for reminding us that architecture isn't just about creating spaces, but also about finding balance and harmony, much like Vandana. Now we have Dhanashri from 3rd year who will be performing Lavani today.
ही किती कोवळी नार रूप अरुवार गोमटी फार देह सुकुमारस की साजनी, ही कशी अनोखा पहर जळाशी लहर भिलावे जहर आठ ही पहर खणी खंजिरी। ही कशी चमकती बिजली सोन जळी सजली, ही किती सावळी धजली रुपयामध्ये भिजली, ही अशी रूप तारका जणू चित्त चोर नायिका, नवलेली अलबेली मतवाली.
कानी असल किरत माझी देखणी सुरत नाही हातात कुणाच्या नजरा, माझी पाठी हाय कोरी माझं रूप लई भारी नटे सावरी मळून हो गजरा दिलबरा राजसा तुम्ही जरा बघा तरी, अशी मी मदन मंजिरी सुबक ठेंगणी लख लख ते सुंदरी, अशी मी मदन मंजिरी चटक चांदणी चम चम ते अंबरी. अशी मी मदन मंजिरी सुबक ठेंगणी लख लख ते सुंदरी, अशी मी मदन मंजिरी चटक चांदणी चम चम ते अंबरी. भरवसा ओ भरवसा दिलाचा कसा धरावा बाई जीव हा जाई पेटुनी, कसा बसा अवराजसा ठेवला हाय धीर ग बाई राखुनी, नाद हाय लई खोळा माझ्या घुंगराचा काळा सोन नान उधळते मोहरा, माझ्या नजरचा बाण काळ जात घुमशान खोल जाऊन रुतल योग हिरा दिलवरा. तुम्ही तुम्ही नाही तुम्ही जरा बघा तरी, अशी मी मदन मंजिरी सुबक ठेंगणी लख लख ते सुंदरी, अशी मी मदन मंजिरी चटक चांदणी चम चम ते अंबरी. अशी मी मदन मंजिरी सुबक ठेंगणी भिर भिर ते विंगरी, अशी मी मदन मंजिरी चटक चांदणी लुक लुक ते अंबरी. माझं रूप बघून सरखुळ फिरती मग पुढं नाव मी सांगू कुणाचं आज, माझी अदा बघून येड पिस कळणार दिस लागला भल्या भला नाद, तरी कसा एक पावना साधी नजर धीना बाई, आला शीण कळना मन कोणती युगत करू मी बाई. तुम्हा हाय काय ठाव मी भी देत नाही भाव तरी राव अदबिन मुजरा, माझी बात लई भारी अशी हाय अदाकारी शोभत्यावरी नाजूक ह्यो नखरा दिलबरा. ओ फेटेवालं तुम्हीच की तुम्ही जरा बघा तरी, अशी ही मदन मंजिरी सुबक ठेंगणी भिर भिर ते भिंगरी, अशी ही मदन मंजिरी चटक चांदणी चम चम ते अंबरी.
ही किती कोवळी नार रूप अरुवार गोमटी फार देह सुकुमार.
थँक यू धनश्री. Lavani plays a significant role in Maharashtra folk culture, using bold expressions, powerful lyrics, and vibrant costumes. Now, for a special treat, we have our very own faculty member, architect Vinayak Rasar sir, performing a melodious song. Let's give him a big round of applause.
ये क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, अब क्या बताए, ये क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, क्यों हुआ, जब हुआ तब हुआ, ओ छोड़ो ये ना सोचो, ये क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, क्यों हुआ, जब हुआ तब हुआ, ओ छोड़ो ये ना सोचो, ये क्या हुआ. तुम्ही पण माझ्या कोण कोण असेल तर या. दिल कर झूमे गलियों में घूमे, दिल चल पी कर झूमे, यहाँ तुझे खोना था, बदनाम होना था, हुआ ये क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, क्यों हुआ, जब हुआ तब हुआ, ओ छोड़ो ये न सोचो, क्या हुआ. Give him a big round of applause.
थँक्यू विनायक. एक कविता छोटी सादर करतो, हलका फुलका जरा. समोरून आली तर नजरेनच बोलते कधीतरी, समोरून आली तर नजरेनच बोलते कधीतरी, भीती वाटते तिला वाटेत पाहिल कोणीतरी. भीती वाटते तिला, वाटेत पाहिल की कुणीतरी. कधी भेटणार विचारलं तर म्हणते कशी, कधी भेटणार विचारलं तर म्हणते कशी, स्वप्नात येईन केव्हा तरी. कधी भेटणार विचारलं तर म्हणते स्वप्नात येईन केव्हा तरी. बरं का नाही आली विचारलं तर म्हणते कशी, आले होते मी पण तुझी बायको जागी होती मोबाईलवर, पहाट झाली तरी. सेकंड, नभात दाटळे आभाळ सारे. आभाळ म्हणजे आभाळ आल्यानंतर चंद्र आणि चांदण्याला आडोसा मिळतो. नभात दाटले आभाळ सारे, तिला वाटते मी हळूच यावे. चंद्र चांदणीला. नभात दाटले आभाळ सारे, तिला वाटते मी हळूच यावे. आकाशातल्या ह्या तारका लक्ष ठेवून आहेत तुझ्यावरी, त्यापेक्षा स्वप्नात येईन मी केव्हा तरी. थँक्यू.
दॅट वॉज अ ग्रेट सर. आय होप सगळ्यांना त्यांची स्पेशल आठवली असेल.
माईक आणि स्टेज आणि मी हे कॉलेजमध्ये बरंच जुनं कॉम्बिनेशन आहे. कारण कॉलेजचे 5 पैकी 4 वर्ष गॅदरिंग्स ज्यावेळी असायची त्यावेळी कंपेअरिंग मी करायचो कायमच. तर आता या लोकांनी बळबळ ढकललं तर एक मी थोड्याफार कविता वगैरे करतो. त्यातली एक कविता हिंदीमध्ये आणि जीवनाला उद्देशून आहे. आणि जीवनाला साकी या नावानं, साकीचा अर्थ लिटरली होतो की मदिरालयात जे आपल्याला हे देतात, मदिरा जे देतात ग्लासमध्ये किंवा काय, हां तसं त्या जीवनाला साकी असं उद्देशून केलेलं आहे. बेइंतहा की है हाँ की है मोहब्बत तुझसे, बेइंतहा की है हाँ की है मोहब्बत तुझसे, इसीलिए आए हैं हम मैखाने में तेरे साकी, जो भी तू पिलाएगा पी लेंगे हम खुशी से, जो भी तू पिलाएगा पी लेंगे हम खुशी से, कोई जाम खुशी का कभी पिलाना साकी. हाँ वैसे ही तेरे मैखाने में रौनकें बड़ी है, हाँ वैसे ही तेरे मैखाने में रौनकें बड़ी है, पर इन रौनकों के हम भी जुगनू है साकी. ज़रूर तेरी मै का नशा ही कुछ और है, ज़रूर तेरी मै का नशा ही कुछ और है, पर गज़ब है ख़त्म होने का नशा साकी. हम चले जाएंगे कभी इस महफ़िल से तेरे, हम चले जाएंगे कभी इस महफ़िल से तेरे, तेरे लिए फसाने कुछ छोड़ जाएंगे साकी. थैंक यू.
थँक यू सर.
सफर में गुजर जाते हैं जो मकान, वो फिर नहीं आते, वो फिर नहीं आते. जिंदगी के सफर में गुजर जाते हैं जो मकान, वो फिर नहीं आते, वो फिर नहीं आते. फूल खिलते हैं, लोग मिलते हैं, फूल खिलते हैं, लोग मिलते हैं, मगर पतझड़ में जो फूल मुरझा जाते हैं वो बहारों
लोग एक रोज बिछड़ जाते हैं, वो हजारों के आने से मिलते नहीं। उम्र भर चाहे कोई पुकारा करे उसका नाम, वो फिर नहीं आती, वो फिर नहीं आती। क्या भरोसा है, आँख धोखा है, क्या भरोसा है। सुनो दोस्तों, शब्द दोस्ती का दुश्मन है, अपने दिल में से घर बनाने न दो। कड़कना पड़े याद में जिनके, रुक लो उठ कर उनको जाने न दो। बात में प्यार के चाहे भेजो हजारों सलाम, वो फिर नहीं आते, वो फिर नहीं आते। रात जाती है, सुबह आती है, रात जाती है, यूं ही वक्त चलता ही रहता है, रुकता नहीं। एक पल में ये आगे निकल जाता है, आदमी ठीक से देख पाता नहीं, और पर्दे पे मंजर बदल जाता है। एक बार चले जाते हैं जो दिन रात सुबह शाम, वो फिर नहीं आती, वो फिर नहीं आती। उनके सफर में गुजर जाते हैं जो मकाम, वो फिर नहीं आती, वो फिर नहीं आते।
I hope every one of you are having a great conversation.
Let's not forget the infamous chai tapri discussions. Those moments probably sparked more creative ideas than any classroom ever did. Am I right?
I hope with all these cultural programs, you are suddenly getting flashbacks of your late night studio. And let's not forget, and it's amazing to see so many familiar faces today, whether you graduated last year or a decade ago. You all will remain integral part of our institution's legacy.
Next, get ready for a high energy dance performance by our talented third year BArts girls. Please put your hands together as they light up the stage with their moves.
ओ रंग रेज ओ रंग रेज तेरे रंग दरिया में ओ रंग रेज तेरे रंग दरिया में डूबना है बस तेरा बन के हाय नहीं रहना तुझा बन के एक भी सांस अलग नहीं लेनी एक भी सांस अलग नहीं लेनी खींच लेना प्राण इस तन के हाय नहीं रहना तुझा बन के अपने ही रंग में मुझको रंग दे धीमे धीमे रंग में मुझको रंग दे सोते सोते रंग में मुझको रंग देना रंग देना रंग देना
अपने ही रंग में मुझको रंग दे धीमे धीमे रंग में मुझको रंग दे साधे साधे रंग में मुझको रंग दे रंग देना रंग देना रंग देना रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे सातों जन्म से सिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आप पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आप पधारो पिया तदी तदन देना तीन तदी तदन देना नि समा सागा मागा नि धा मागा पा गा मा सा सा गा मा नी गा मा नी धा मा गा रे गा मा धा पा रे मा धा मा नी धा मा गा मा नि सा रे रे मा मा गा मा धा धा मा नि नी रे सा नि धा नि धा मा धा नि धा मा गा रे रे सा नि सा रे रे ना तो मैया की लोरी नाही पावन की होरी नाही कुछ दूसरा ना भाई रे जब से लहराए जाके एक धनुर्धर से लागे तब से बिरहा मोहे सताए रे दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने जाने न निर्मोहिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आप पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आप पधारो पिया
Thank you, girls. Next, we would love to hear from you, our alumni and faculty. Share your journey, relive those golden days, and maybe reveal some stories that you never dared to tell in college.
Yes, please. Share those moments, the late night studio adventures, the design struggles, and the jury that nearly gave you heart attack. Is anyone interested for experience sharing?
कॉलेज मेमरी आता काव्यमय ढंगात पुन्हा एकदा सादर करतो. खरं तिथं आज मला आवर्जून उल्लेख आणि स्मरण करा असं वाटेल की बिरनाळे दादा, लाकोळे सर, माझे काही क्लासमेट्स, आम्हाला लाकोळे सर डिझाईनला होते, प्रिन्सिपल होते, नंदी मॅडम डिझाईनला होता, साठे सर आता एकमेव फॅकल्टी मेंबर इथं आहे, ते मला बिल्डिंग आणि सर्व्हिसेसला होते. तर ते कॉलेजच्या आठवणी ज्या आहेत ते काव्यमय ढंगामध्ये सादर करतो. ऑटोकॅड व्ही-रे रेविटचा खरंच आता कंटाळा आला आहे. स्ट्रीम एक्सटेंड इरेजचा खूप वीट आला आहे. ऑटोकॅड व्ही-रे रेविटचा खरंच आता कंटाळा आला आहे. स्ट्रीम एक्सटेंड इरेजचा खूप वीट आला आहे. खेळावे वाटते पेन्सिलने बुडून जावे रंगात. खेळावे वाटते पेन्सिलने बुडून जावे रंगात. शोधत राहावा वाटतो फॉर्म वेगवेगळ्या ढंगात. कधी फंक्शन प्रमाणे फॉर्म, कधी फॉर्म प्रमाणे फंक्शन, कधी फंक्शन प्रमाणे फॉर्म, कधी फॉर्म प्रमाणे फंक्शन, फंक्शन फॉर्म फंक्शन, कात्याकूट नुसता. फर्स्ट इयरला आलो आणि असं वाटलं कधी सरतील 5 वर्ष. फर्स्ट इयरला आलो आणि असं वाटलं कधी सरतील 5 वर्ष. आता वाटते पुन्हा कधी येतील ती 5 वर्ष. कधी भेटेल आम्या बल्ल्या, कधी भेटेल शिल्पा वर्षा, कधी मिळेल कटवडा आणि कधी मारू वाळू तोड्या. BMD SMD 5 वर्ष कळला नाही. BMD SMD करता 5 वर्ष सरली. रोमन गोथिक कॅथलिक नुसती नावापुरतीच कळली. बघता फायनल इयर ज्युरीची शिट्टी वाजली. कन्सेप्च्युअल ड्रॉइंग, फायनल ड्रॉइंग, वर्किंग ड्रॉइंग करता मनका झाला ढिला आणि आमचा प्रिन्सिपल म्हणायचा मलाच सूर्य म्हणा. बघता फायनल इयरची शिट्टी वाजली. कन्सेप्च्युअल ड्रॉइंग, फायनल ड्रॉइंग, वर्किंग ड्रॉइंग करता मनका झाला ढिला आणि प्रिन्सिपल म्हणायचं मला सूर्य म्हणा. तुमच्या बाबतीत असं काय नसावं. मग आम्ही सूर्याभोवती फिरायचो कधी नाईट मारून आलेल्या पृथ्वीसारखे. सबमिशन नसेल तर अमावस्येच्या चंद्रासारखे आणि सबमिशन झाला असेल तर तेजोमय शुक्रासारखे. कधी हाच सूर्य शनी म्हणून पण यायचा. 15 दिवस एकाच्याच राशीत राहायचा. दाढी कुरवत चष्म्यातून वक्री नजर करायचा. मात्र निघून गेल्यावर तो हवासा वाटायचा. क्लायमेट लॉईच्या पिरियडला ग्लोबल वॉर्मिंगचा वास यायचा. दिलीप हसतोय. स्ट्रक्चरचा पिरियड म्हणजे मेंदूला लोड व्हायचा. मेसोपोटेमियम कलोजियमची कलाकृतीच न्यारी. इतिहासाच्या मानेला झटकाच भारी. रोमन कॉलमचा कॅपिटलचं डिझाईनच भारी. एवढा मोठा इतिहास 2 बेंच रोमन कॉलमच्या कॅपिटलचं डिझाईनच भारी. एवढा मोठा इतिहास 2 बेंचेस पर्क्युलेट व्हायचा. मॅडम गेल्या होता. एवढा मोठा इतिहास 2 बेंच पर्क्युलेट व्हायचा. मागच्यांचा फक्त रोमन कॅपिटल डोलायचा. उंच गोल. साठे सर सर्व्हिसेसला होते. कायम हेल्मेट घालून यायचे. आम्ही त्यांचं कार्टून काढलं होतं. 4 व्हीलरमध्ये बसले, डोकं बाहेर काढले आणि हेल्मेट घातले. उंच गोल सर्व्हिसची पाईप. सर्व्हिसेसची पाईप. त्याच्या डोक्यावर पुन्हा हेल्मेट टाईट. इंग्लिश बॉन्ड, फ्लेमिश बॉन्ड, जेम्स बॉन्ड सारखा आठवायचा. प्लास्टर केल्यावर तो कुठं गायब व्हायचा. यापेक्षा मित्रांनो सुंदर आयुष्य नाही. प्रोजेक्टच्या गराड्यात आता पेन्सिलला हात पण लागत नाही. नंतर रंगात कधी मिक्सच होत नाहीत. मग निखळ गप्पा होत नाहीत. तुला फ्राईज खायच्या तू खा, मी चीज टोस्ट खातो. मग कधी पोहे शेअर होत नाहीत. आणि कॅपिचिनोच्या कॉफीमधून दुःख कधी विरघळत नाही. डेडलाईन, प्लॅनिंग, अप्रुव्हल, मटेरियल सिलेक्शन, साईट व्हिजिट, पेमेंट यातनं वेळच मिळत नाही. सबमिशन बंक, कॉमन ऑफचा थ्रील आता घेता येत नाही. सबमिशन बंक, कॉमन ऑफचा थ्रील आता घेता येत नाही. धन्यवाद मित्रांनो.
Now we'll be having batch-wise photos of all the alumni. I'll be calling out the year names. I request those alumni to line up for the photo. Batch 1998. Batch 1999. We have student from batch 2005. A round of applause for batch 2005. Give a round of applause for batch 2007. Cheers and round of applause for batch 2007.
Symphony by your side,
Another photo with the faculty. Thank you, batch 2007. Now I would like to call upon batch 2008. Can I have a round of applause for batch 2008, please? We have batch 2008 on the dais. Cheers to batch 2007 and 2008. Batch 2009. Batch 2010. Batch 2012. Batch 2012.
anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone.
Batch 2012.
You were the
Batch
shadow to
2013.
my light. Did you feel
2013.
another star? You fade away. Afraid our
I
aim
request
is
batch
out.
2014 to line up. I request batch 2014 to line up. Batch 2014.
Where are you now?
I request batch 2015 to come up on.
Where are you now?
2015.
Another dream. The monsters
2016. Here we have batch 2015 and 16 together.
I'm letting go. A deeper dive. Eternal silence of the sea. I'm breathing alive. Where are you now? Where are you now?
Batch 2017. Anyone there?
Another dream.
Batch 2018.
The monsters running wild inside of me.
2018.
I'm fading. So lost. I'm fading.
On the request of batch 2017, we also have batch 2016 for the photo.
So lost. I'm fading.
Can I have a round of applause, please?
I go.
Batch 2020.
It's nothing personal. I draw the
Batch
blind.
2020.
They don't need to see me my way. The black moon is on the rise, a fire burning.
2022, batch 2023.
Played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school.
I request batch 2024 to come forward. Now it's time to honor the backbone of the event, our student volunteers. They have worked tirelessly to make today's celebration a grand success. I request all the student volunteers to come further. Now I request our student volunteers to come further. Divya Patil, Venkatesh Zadhav, Amay Kedari, Daniel Mulla, Subhan Nippani, Sandesh Zadhav, Rajvardhan Suryavanshi, Siddharth Wagmare. Siddhi Arge, Siddharth Wagmare, Harshada Raut, Aditi Chaugule, Vidisha. I request alumni to be there on the stage. We still have other volunteers for the felicitation. Aditi Chaugule, Vidisha, Harshada Raut, Aditi Chaugule, Vidisha, Mehak Vasta. I request alumni to come forward to felicitate our volunteers. Dhanashri Shirgure, Shweta Gauri, Sakshi Pachapure, Shruti Zada, Aishwarya Khot, Riya Kalyani, Arbaz Naik, can I have a round of applause for our volunteers please? Chetan Digraze, Piyusha Yallati, Sanskruti Shinde, give space to Sanskruti to go on stage please. Piyusha Yallati, and for the last and the best we have President of Final Year, Vishwa Mangave. Thank you Vishwa for coordinating the whole program. Can I have a round of applause for all the volunteers please? I request all the volunteers to go on the stage. We have a group photo. Finally, we request architect Ashish Chinswade sir, one of our distinguished alumni, to deliver the vote of thanks.
त्याच्या अगोदर थोडंसं अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीनं कार्यक्रम अरेंज झालेला आहे की मी फर्स्ट इयरचा पहिल्या बॅचचा स्टुडंट आहे मी 1998 पासआउट. अतिशय सुंदर अरेंजमेंट झालेली आहे आणि अत्रेंच्या भाषा सांगायचं झालं तर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आजपर्यंत 10,000 वर्षामध्ये असा ॲल्युमिनियमचा कार्यक्रम झाला नाही, तो आज इथं झाला. थँक्यू आपका.
Good afternoon all. Dear esteemed alumni, dignitaries and fellow architects, as we come close to this memorable alumni meet, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone. I especially thank to our chief guest, Architect Manish Banker sir and Architect Chakravarti sir for gracing us with your presence and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. A big thank you to our sponsors for their generous contribution. Finally, I would like to thank our organizing team, college administration and fellow architects for making this event a grand success. Thank you.
With that, we conclude this wonderful evening.